Nithyananda, all the Paramashivoham participants, let's all settle down. Please settle down on your yoga mats with your Panchapatram and Dharani. Nithyanandam, let's all settle down with our Panchapatram and Dharani. Make sure you have the Aushadha, the Vibhuti and Kumkum on your forehead. Please settle down on your yoga mat, requesting all the Kailasas to turn on your cameras. Kailasa Kashi, my Yogatma Shakti, please turn on your camera. Time for us to begin. Yes, it's time for us to begin. Let's sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a moment to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now let's take a deep breath and chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadrisham Tattvamasya-adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, we'll be chanting the Shiva Mula mantra Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. You can chant it internally. We'll be chanting it aloud so all of us can follow together. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, we'll be beginning with the Tattvachamana.
Now, keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in a cupped position like the Acharya is demonstrating, take another knee of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm as you chant the following mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another knee of water. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another knee of water. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please wash your hand. The base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left along the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand.
Yes, my Yogatma Shakti, from tomorrow you can bring a cup of water and a spoon for the Tattvachamana. Now let's move into the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now place your right hand on your left hand and both your hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and take a moment now to set in your inner space what you want to manifest. Visualize what you want to manifest in your inner space and visualize it manifesting. Now, from this powerful space, let us chant the Sankalpa mantra and set this declaration to the cosmos.
ओम ममोपात समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतु मेषमासे कृष्णपक्षे सप्तम्यां शुभतिथौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्र शिवयोग विष्टिकरण एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रभक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलव केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Please wash your hand with an uddarnya of water. ओम अपौपस्पृश्य
Yes, now let's all place our Panchapatram Nudharni aside and stand up on a yoga mat. We're going to be entering into the skeleton dance. Let's stand up and now take a moment to visualize ourselves as a complete skeleton. From your toes to your head, your entire body has now become just pure bones or skeleton. Now start moving every part of your body, your hands, your legs, your wrist, your fingers, your toes, your ankle, your knee, elbows, shoulders, hip, neck, every part of your body. Start moving it.
Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam.
Come on, few more moments. Intensely shake your body.
Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam. எட்டாம் படி எடுத்து எட்டு வரத்தன வரவரம் மாவத்தர களியங்கரிப்பு சமயபத்தவ திவ்ய வல்லவ சமய முன்னோரை என பேச்சிய தள மாரியம்மள சித்திரை கோபுரம் கட்டவே அலாப்பண்ணுக்கு அழகு புகுதி நிதே வரளவு தொலகி அலாப்பண்ணுக்கு அழகு புகுதி நிதே வரளவு தொலகி நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம்.
Slowly come to a standstill. Take a moment to now inhale and exhale. Inhale as deeply as you can and exhale as deeply as you can. Focus on the breath. Feel the energy throughout your body. Yes, now we can all open our eyes and settle down on our yoga mat. Yes, so today we'll be beginning with the Vidya Vinyasa Krama, the next sequence of asanas. So we're going to be starting with Yatharthanishtasana. So now following sequence of asanas is going to be mainly we're going to be seated, slightly changing the position of how we are seated, but let us focus on the other components like the visualization, the pranayama, the bandhas, the japa, the mudra. Focus on all of these other components and aspects of the asana as well. Let's start with Yathashanishtasana. So Yathashanishtasana is where you sit in any comfortable position, whether you want to sit with your legs stretched, whatever position is comfortable for you, that position. That is Yathashanishtasana. Sit in whichever position is comfortable, whether you want to sit with your legs stretched, you want to sit with your leg in Padmasana, you want to sit on your heels, whichever position is comfortable for you, sit in that position. Now in this asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your index and thumbs together and place your hands on the knees. In Bindu Mudra, place your hands on the knees and let's perform the Samana Kumbhaka. So if you remember, the Samana Kumbhaka is where you inhale through the nostrils and hold the breath for a moment, seeing the intense fire in your stomach, and then exhaling. Inhale, hold the breath for a moment, as long as you can comfortably, and then exhale. This is the Samana Kumbhaka, and we are going to be performing the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथ संस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Yes. Now next we are going to be moving into Samasana. So now in Samasana, we are going to be placing our feet under the opposite thighs. Cross your legs and place your feet under the opposite thighs. Continue to keep your hands in Bindu Mudra on the knees. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold the breath. Feel the gastric fire in your navel center as you hold the breath as long as you can. and exhale deeply. Once again, inhale, hold the breath, visualize the gastric fire in your navel center, and then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now let's move into the next asana, which is Muktasana. Now we are going to place our left foot. Place your left foot by the perineum and then place the right foot on top. Place your hands, your palms on the knees. And gaze to the tip of the nose. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And let's continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale. Hold the breath as long as you can. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next is Siddhasana. So in Siddhasana, we are sitting in the same position. The only change is we are going to gaze to the third eye. This time in this asana, bring the gaze to the third eye. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka, Mula Bandha, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्भतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next is Siddhyasana. So now in Siddhyasana, we are going to sit in the same position. Now switch the gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And now we are going to be performing the Samana Kumbhaka along with the Mahamudra Bandha. So to do that, we will inhale, lock the chin to the chest, perform the Mula Bandha, and stay here for a moment, seeing the intense fire in our abdominal, in our stomach, the Jhataragni. And when you can't hold on anymore, exhale through the nostrils And once you completely exhale, pull the stomach in and up. Once again, lock the chin and chest, chin to the chest. Perform the Mula Bandha. This is how we'll perform the Udyana Bandha, Jalandhara Bandha, and Mula Bandha, which is the Mahamudra Bandha. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now we move to Rudrasana too. Now in Rudrasana, we are going to sit in the same position. The legs are going to be in the same position. Just change the position of your hands to the Bindu Mudra. And we are going to visualize Paramashiva in our inner space. Powerful and ferocious form of Paramashiva is Lord Rudra. Visualize the fire in your stomach as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostrils. See the fire in your stomach. Feel the heat in your stomach. And exhale through the nostrils. Continue to perform the Mula Bandha. Tighten the perineal muscles and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादकी एडी जानो सीवनी मधितास कोठानो दक्षिपादकी एडी जोगी मेढ़ मधि लगावे सोई.
Now we are going to move into the next asana, which is Santadunasana. Continue to be seated in the same position. Keep the legs in the same position. Just switch the gaze to the tip of the nose. And now we are going to change the visualization to see and visualize ourselves as a unshaped continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale. Inhale through the nostrils. Hold the breath and exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामचरण परि दक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Relax, and now we move into the next asana, which is Siddhyasana 2 or Siddhasana 2. So now in Siddhasana, we are going to The same position, just changing the position of our hands, cupping them one on top of the other into Samputa Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles. Chant the Japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Now let's move into the next asana, which is Bandha Yoni Asana. So in Bandha Yoni Asana, you're now going to be sitting in the same position, but we are going to be performing the Shanmuki Mudra. So we'll now show you how to perform the Shanmuki Mudra. Now bring your hands to your face and lock the mouth with the little and the ring finger. Close the nose with the middle finger. Close the eyelids with close the eyes with the index finger and close the ears with the thumb. This is the Shanmuki Mudra. So inhale as deeply as you can. Hold the breath by pressing your index fingers, sorry, the middle fingers to the nostrils and closing the breath. This is the Shanmuki Mudra. Visualize. You're setting the Sankalpa to manifest through the cosmos. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Virasana. So for Virasana, we are going to lightly change the position of our legs. So instead of the leg on top of each other, we are going to place the legs under the opposite thighs. So sorry, your left leg will be under the right thigh and your right leg will be above the left thigh. This is Virasana. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra. Visualize the state and space of bravery, where you're breaking, destroying all of the incompletions related to fear that you have. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, Samana Kumbhaka, where you inhale, visualize the fire in your stomach, and then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुनि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्
Now we'll be moving into the next asana, which is Valmikasana. So now in Valmikasana, we are going to place the left heel by the perineum and the right leg above. The left leg. Place the hands in the Bindu Mudra on the respective knees and gaze to the third eye. Visualize the great sage Valmiki in your inner space. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply through the nostrils. Hold the breath. Visualizing the fire in your stomach. And exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय फणा दिशि में दक्षिण आनी लगा वे सोय.
Next is Joni Mudrasana. Now in Joni Mudrasana, we are going to sit in the same position. Keep your hands on the knees and visualize Devi Shakti, Parashakti in the form of the yantra, which is the Sri Yantra. Gaze to the tip of the nose. And let's continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostrils. Visualize the powerful fire in the stomach. And then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वाम पाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Now let's move into the next asana, which is the Yoni Asana. So in this asana, once again, we are sitting in the same position. Just one change where we are going to gaze to the third eye. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen for all of you. Gaze to the third eye. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostrils, visualize the fire, and exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Bhadrasana 3. Now let's bring the soles of the feet together and hold the soles of the feet with all of your fingers. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space and focus on bringing the knees to the ground. If you're able to keep the knees on the ground, then you can perform the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Samana Kumbhaka. So inhale, hold the breath, see the fire in your stomach, and then exhale and pull the stomach in and up as much as you can, and then exhale, inhale one again. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Yes. Nithyanandam, Kailasa, Malaysia. Nithyanandam, yes. You can continue, ma, from here. So now we are moving into the next asana. The next asana is Aghorasana. So now in Aghorasana, we are going to be sitting in the same position. Now place your left hand on the left knee, and with your right hand, we are going to perform the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. So the Abhyantara Kumbhaka is where you're going to inhale through the left nostril, hold the breath, and then exhale through the right nostril, and again inhale through the right nostril, close the nostrils and hold the breath there for a moment, and then inhale, exhale through the left nostril. So this is one cycle of the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Let's focus on the pranayama for this asana. Visualize an Aghori, a sage, in your inner space. Now gaze to the third eye as you're performing this asana, and perform the Kechari mudra as you roll your tongue back and try to touch the back of the throat with your tongue. So pull your tongue backward. From the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई सब अंगूरी मुख बाहरी आने मुख को पुनि संपुट कर ठाने.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Kaneri Pavasana. Now bring your elbows to your soles. Bring your elbows to your soles. Lean forward, bring your elbows to the heels. And rest your chin on the palms. Visualize an elephant drinking water from a pond. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Now we are changing the pranayama to Rechaka Kumbhaka. So if you remember, Rechaka Kumbhaka is where you inhale, exhale completely, and hold the breath as long as you can. Exhale and then inhale again. So this is the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Along with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, perform the Uddiyana Bandha. So when you exhale completely, pull the stomach in and up as much as you can. And chant japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Now you can raise up, and we are moving into the next asana, which is Parasana. Now in Parasana, you're going to insert your hands underneath the thighs and calves. Lift your legs off the ground and interlace the fingers above the hands, above the legs. So not on the legs, but above the legs. Try to keep your knees next to you. Your feet don't need to be together. The main focus is balancing. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Rachel Kumbhaka. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Now the next asana we are going to perform is Gopi Chandasana. Bring your feet to the ground and now hold the feet from above, from under the foot. Hold the feet from hold your feet from under the foot. Bring your hands around the feet and now pull your legs to your chest. Pull your legs to your chest and try to touch your foot to your chest. This is Gopi Chandasana. Visualize that you are a king. Visualize the space of a king and gaze to the tip of the nose. If you can balance, try to gaze to the tip of the nose in balance. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्व विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Yes. Now you can lower the legs down. Insert your hands underneath the legs, underneath the shins, and now hold your legs and lift them up. This is Udarasana. Once again, try to bring your legs to your chest. And now that your body is being freed of all diseases, pains. Once again, in this asana, gaze to the tip of the nose and try to balance. And continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोवू पगदली संबुट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने अंगुष्ठ दोवू समट हरावे चुबक नीचे ताही लगावे.
Next, we are moving into Vishishtasana. So Vishishtasana is similar to the previous asana, Udarasana. Now, instead of bringing your legs to the chest, you're going to bring your legs above your face, in front of your face. So this is Vishishtasana. Keep your feet together. Bring your hands from underneath the feet. Karpadama, you have to bring the hands from underneath the feet. Yes. Yes. Now you'll be able to balance even better. Come on, Saira Maya. Lift your legs as high as you can. Balance. And now we are going to visualize yourself excelling in everything. Perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Once again, inhale, exhale, hold the breath, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोवू पगधली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दोवू पग बीच आनी तले.
Yes. Now we can move into Bhujasana. Now bring your legs onto the onto the respective shoulders. Bring your legs up. onto the shoulders. Bring your legs as high as you can. The higher you bring your legs, the more easy it will be to do the asana. Bring your legs up onto the shoulders. Now you're going to slowly wrap the legs and bring your hands to the head. Try to touch your fingers behind the head. Yes, Ma Yogatma Shakti, that's right. Visualize a snake in your inner space, a cobra. Perform the Mula Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Kalyana. So in Kalyana asana, we are going to be doing the same position. We're going to be doing similar position. So bring your legs up onto the shoulders as high as you can. And now bring your hands behind you. Try to bring your hands behind you. So bring one hand at a time behind you. Now you're going to visualize a beautiful goddess in your inner space. And perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka along with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो वो हाथ पगमी च आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने बहुरिपाक हत्या बाहरिल्यावे पुनः युगति ऐसे टहरावे.
Next is Sankatasana. So now let's cross our legs. So first bring the left foot and sit on the left foot. Bend the left foot and sit on the left foot. And cross the right leg above the left leg. This is Sankatasana. So sit on the left leg, cross the right leg above, and bring your hands to the opposite knee. So right hand will come to the left knee and left hand will come to right knee. Visualize a swan in your inner space. We are going to start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. So Ujjayi Kumbhaka is where you inhale through the back of the throat as deeply as you can and exhale through the nostrils. Inhale through the back of the throat nice and deeply and exhale through the nostrils. When you do the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, this makes an ocean-like sound. When the ocean is calm and settled, the sound that you can hear is the sound of the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the pineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Dhenukasana. Now you're going to slide the left leg from underneath you to the side. Slide the left leg from underneath you to the side, and you're going to visualize a cow in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostril. And when you exhale, we are going to perform the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up as high as we can. And stay there for a moment and then relax. Again, inhaling through the mouth. So this is how we do Ujjayi Kumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अनुषागिनगर पञ्चडं वृषेलिन्दगल्यं.
Relax. Continue to be seated in the same position. Now we are going to move into the next asana, which is Machandrasana. So now in Machandrasana, bring the right foot to the left thigh. Right foot to left thigh and left foot to right knee. So it's not exactly Padmasana, but you're crossing your legs above the thighs on top of each other leg. So this is the position from now, for now. And now twist your body behind the back, bringing your right hand to the left knee, right hand to the left knee. Cross your left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Yes. Harshaya, that's correct. Harshaya, just try to adjust your Padmasana. So your left leg has to be on the right thigh. Left leg on the right thigh. Right leg on the left thigh. And left leg on the right knee. Okay, that's fine. For now, this is fine. For now, it's fine. Yes, it's fine. So now turn, bring your right hand to the left knee, left hand behind you to the right thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostril, mouth, and exhale through the nostrils. And perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामजङ्गपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्टीदिश आने बहुरो दक्षिणपदहे जोयि ताकीनलिजु पकरे सोयि.
Now we move into Machandrasana 2. So you can untwist your body. Keep your legs in the same position. Now hold your legs, hold your feet and lower your head to the ground. This is Machandrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale as deeply as you can and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी ताकि कड़ी सोलावे बहुरी जुगत यह और करावे.
Now to the next asana, which is Guru Asana. So now in the same seated position, you're going to interlace your hands and place your hands on the left and place them on the left knee. Perform the Baka, inhale and exhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरु आसनं भवति.
So yes, now we are going to be moving to perform asana on the opposite side. So now let's sit on our right foot, bend the knee of the right leg and sit on the right foot. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Visualize on in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. Perform the Mula Bandha and chant the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Dhenukasana. Now remove the leg, remove your right leg from under you and sit on the ground, keeping the feet by the opposite hips. So now we are going to visualize a cow in our inner space. Keep the hands on the top knee. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth, exhale through the nostrils. And when you exhale, pull your stomach in and up into Dhyana Bandha. And then relax and continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अनुषागिनगर पञ्चडं व्रीहिलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Matsyendrasana. So now place your left foot on the right thigh and take your right leg and place it on the left knee. Now from this position we are going to turn to the right bringing the left hand to the right knee and the right hand from behind the back. Hold your left thigh. This is Machandrasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale. Inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nostrils as deeply as you can, as slowly as you can. Now perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामजंग परिदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने बहुरो दक्षिण पद है जोई ताकी नलिजू पकरे सोई.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet. Hold on to your feet and lower your head down to the mat. Bring yourself as low as you can. Hold on to the feet and lower yourself as much as you can. Try to bring the forehead to the ground. Perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale as deeply as you can.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Now slowly raise up and let's perform Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers and place your hands on the right leg, right knee this time. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Uddiyana Bandha as you exhale. When you inhale, lock your chin to the chest. Perform the Mula Bandha. As in this asana, we are performing the Mahamudra Bandha. So inhale through the mouth, lock the chin to the chest, perform Mula Bandha, and then as you slowly exhale, pull the stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्वमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानो इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
Now we move into Pashasana. On Pashasana now you're going to bring your knees together and wrap your knees. Bring your hands onto the opposite knees. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the third eye, and now we are going to perform Kechari Mudra, where you roll your tongue and touch the back of the throat. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka as you inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. So make sure you are performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka along with the Kechari Mudra. So even if you open your mouth, you can keep your tongue rolled behind. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिवृसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Bodha Shokasana. Now bring the hands onto the knees and rest your chin in between of the knees. Visualize being in an abode of bliss. Gaze to the nose. Continue to perform the Kechari Mudra as you roll the tongue backward. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोवूपगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलाई उकड़ बैसे जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Now we're going to move into the next asana, which is Kurakatasana. So now in Kurakatasana, we are going to we are going to bring our hands underneath the legs and cross the hands. Bring your hands underneath the legs and cross your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Kechari Mudra, rolling the tongue to the back of the throat. Let's perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. Take nice and deep breath. Mula Bandha. Paramashivoham.
दोवू हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आम्हा साम्हा ऐसे करे आपस में को हनि पकड़े.
Asana. Surakatasana, Sumati Asana, sorry. Visualize the great sage Sumati. Unidanaya. Come on, come on. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Roll the tongue backward in the Kechari Mudra. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka as you inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. Perform the Mula Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदछ पद आने डागी पाखती कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर टहरावे.
Now stretch your legs, uncross the leg and stretch it as we enter into Dandasana. So now in Dandasana, you're going to sit with the legs stretched in front of you, and now stretch your hands as well above your head and keep the palms facing upward. Stretch your back. You can even move from side to side if you want, lightly stretching the back and your hands. Go slowly to the right. Nicely pull your hands up and stretch to the side and come back to the center. And then you do the same on the left. So in Dandasana, we're going to visualize Swamiji in Arena space and gaze to the tip of your nose and perform the Kechari mudra, where we are going to roll the tongue and touch the back of our throat. Try to touch the back of the throat with your tongue. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. And we're also going to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. As you inhale completely, lock the chin to the chest. Perform the Mula Bandha, locking the bottom and the top. So this will nicely hold the prana in yourself. When you are inhaled, when you have completely inhaled, tighten the perineal muscles and the Jalandhara Bandha, locking the chin to the chest. This will hold the prana inside your body and allow it to slowly spread, diffuse into your body. And then when you exhale, you will pull your stomach in and up, completely pushing out all of the prana, all of the air from your lungs, pushing your stomach in and up as much as you can. So this is Mahamudra Bandha along with the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. In this asana, we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now from that position, slowly exhale and lower your hands to the ground in Arambhasana. You're going to lower the forehead to the ground, to the mat in Arambhasana. Bring your forehead to the toes, to your knees. Bring the hands to the toes. Now let's take a few minutes to nicely stretch ourselves in this position. Tomorrow we are going to be having, in tomorrow's set of asanas, we are going to be having some asanas which will require our legs to be nice and stretched. So let's stretch our legs, prepare our legs for the asanas tomorrow. Nicely stretch yourself down try to bring your chest to the legs, not just the head to the legs, but pull yourself down, pull yourself forward. Stay there. Let's stay here for a few minutes. Let's lower ourselves down. Come on, Saira Maya. You don't need to try to touch your toes also. Just pull yourself, hold your leg wherever you can comfortably and pull yourself forward. You don't even if you're not able to touch the toes, that's fine. Your back also has to stretch for this. So it's not just the legs, but your back, your hamstrings, which is the muscles under the under part of your thighs. So there are many muscles that have to get stretched and comfortable with this asana. So stay there. Allow yourself to stretch slowly. Try to bend from the abdomen, from the waist. Don't try to bend just your back. Bend the entire body from the hips. So push your hips, push your chest forward. So if you push your chest forward, you will not be bending your back as much. Stay here for a few moments, few more minutes. Stretch yourself. If you want, you can even try one leg at a time. So you can also do that. You can just bend one leg, stretch the opposite leg, lower yourself down, stretch one side. And then move to the opposite side. Let's stretch our legs one side at a time now. So you can start with either the right or the left. So if you're starting with the left, bend the right leg, hold the left leg, and then once again, take a nice deep breath and slowly exhale and lower yourself down. Hold the left foot wherever you can. If you can hold the toes, if you can hold the leg, wherever you can, hold there and slowly lower yourself down. Lower yourself, push your chest forward as well. Don't just bring your head down. Push your chest forward as well. Pull yourself down slowly. Breathe nicely. That is very important. Inhale and exhale nicely. Focus on the breath. If you focus on the breath, the amount of focus on the pain will reduce. So that will help you to push yourself further. So now once you finish nicely stretching the left leg, then let's move to the right. Lower yourself down. Switch the legs. Hold your right leg wherever you can. And once again, pull yourself forward and down. So in this asana, continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टगोड़ा लगावे.
Now slowly raise up. Slowly raise up. And now bring your feet both in front of you. Stretch both of your legs. Lightly keep them apart. Bring your legs slightly apart. Insert your hands underneath the legs, underneath the knees, and slowly wrap your legs and hold on to the soles of the feet. Soles of the feet, and then keep your legs as stretched as possible. Don't try to bend the legs. Keep the legs as stretched as possible. And then try to touch the foot. So this is the next asana, which is Bidokasana. So in this asana, again, we are going to visualize Swamiji in our inner space. And gaze to the third eye. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछक ऊर्ध को कुरडो डारे.
Yes. So next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. So in Jalandhari Pavasana, we are going to bring the soles of the feet together, insert the hands underneath the legs and stretch the hands to the side. So try to stretch the hands to the side with the palms facing up and lower your forehead to the feet. So this asana is also going to help us for tomorrow's asanas. So this is also a very good stretch. Bring the heels, soles together. Place your hands underneath the legs and pull yourself down. Try to touch the forehead to the heels. Good, Sairamaya, you're almost there. That's good. Let's take a few minutes to try and push ourselves forward. Yogatma Shakti, that's good. Stay there for a few moments. If you want to take it a step further, you can pull your legs a bit further or backward, whichever side is comfortable, and try to bring your forehead to the ground. So now your forehead is on the heel. You can maybe pull your legs a bit further and try to bring the forehead to the ground. This will make it a little bit more harder, but it will give you a nice stretch as well. So Ma Yogatma Shakti, you can try this, Ma. You can try to bring your head to the ground. Push your legs a bit further. Come on, Sairamaya, what happened? You're almost there. Oh, your knee. Okay. Take it slow, yeah, no issues. So in this asana, we are going to visualize Swamiji in our inner space. Face to the nose. Let's perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. And we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Yes. Now, let's enter into a short Trinitra Kumbhaka meditation. So sit in a comfortable position and we are going to perform Trinitra Kumbhaka. So Trinitra Kumbhaka is a very powerful way to activate the third eye. I'll give the instructions. So inhale through the left nostril. Inhale through the left nostril. Hold the breath. Inhale through the right nostril. Hold the breath. And when you can't hold on anymore, don't exhale. Inhale through both the nostrils and hold the breath. So even if one nostril is blocked, it's fine. Try to inhale as much as you can. So inhale through the left nostril, hold the breath. When you can't hold anymore, inhale through the right nostril, hold the breath. And when again you can't hold on, inhale the breath. When you can't hold on after this, exhale through the left nostril. So this is the Trinitra Kumbhaka. You can use either both of your hands or one of your hand, whichever is comfortable for you. You can use your hands to control the breath. Also, if you want, you can even place your hands on a chair in front of you. You can keep a chair in front of you and rest your hands on the chair if you want to use both of your hands. So now let's perform the Trinitra Kumbhaka intensely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
So as performing this, feel breathless in between. If you take a break, please take a break. Take a few moments to catch your breath. Inhale and exhale, maybe for a few times, 4 or 5 times. Inhale and exhale, and then get back to performing the Kumbhaka. So you will feel a little bit uncomfortable, as maybe this is the first time you're doing this, but it is very powerful. It will awaken and activate your third eye. So try to do it as much as you can.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Just sit with yourself, relax, unclutch for a few minutes, and feel the intense energy, the intense prana in your entire body. Just sit unclutched for a few minutes. Now, let's bring our hands together in front of our heart center. Sit in a comfortable position. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And let's chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all and hope you all enjoy Nithyananda Yoga session. The next by the Acharyas. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had
Yes, Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. We welcome you all for the day 5 program of the Paramashivoham Level 2. After this heavy yoga of 3 hours of continuous DVK, Sakrama. Now let us enter into the power manifestation. The day begins with power manifestation. Yes. So I welcome all the participants in the day 5. Now, after the intense yoga, it is advised to have power manifestation because that will become your biomemory and muscle memory. So I request all the participants to blindfold yourself, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine. Before entering to the power manifestation, let's have this Shastra Pramana, the spiritual reference to manifest the power of third eye. So let us enter into the Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarmanonestya tistamilitalochanaha kramen manaso dhadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So let us enter into the power manifestation of third eye. I request all the participants to blindfold yourself. Close your two physical eyes. You'll be seeing through the third eye. So chant the Mahavakya intensely. Be in the space of oneness. From the space of oneness, request Swamiji to reveal whatever is being projected through the third eye. I request all the participants to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine straight line. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely as we enter into the power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes. Now, I request all the participants slowly open your eyes with deep gratitude and surrender. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat. I request all the participants. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat so that we can help you in the power manifestation. I see some few participants not switched on your camera. Please switch on your camera. And who are watching in YouTube also, go ahead and you're following the program in the YouTube, please go ahead and put your hands off the list. This is any powerful cognition or a click or an image or a yes, now we're going to project the image. Yes, it's Mother Meenakshi in a beautiful decoration. If you're seeing this deity, the Mother Meenakshi, you can put it in the chat. Or a parrot, or a green color, or any other colors, or flowers, or jewels, you can put it in the chat. Yes, now let's enter into the next session. Today we will be working on Vak Shakti. The whole day we'll be working on Vak Shakti, initiation to develop Vedic mind. Today we'll have Mahasadashivamurti Darshan. And the whole session will be working on Vak Shakti. Listening into your own listening. Yes, I request all the participants to get your book and pen. Just grab water, book and pen so that you don't move here and there. I request all the participants to participate sincerely. This will help you in manifesting powers. So first session we'll be looking on speaking into your listening. So, how often does this happen to you? Means speaking into your listening. If you are unable to train yourself, knowing something is good but not following it, knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. When you are not able to speak into your listening, you will not have any respect for your thinking. Understand? When you are not able to speak into your listening, you have no respect for your thinking. How much you respect your thinking, that much only you will be successful in your life. Many times you will see that there will be saying something in your mind and you will go opposite to that. So you are not respecting to your listening. How much you respect your thinking, that much only you'll be successful in your life. For an example, Swamiji, I know this is right, but I'm not able to do why, when, what to do. All this will take because you are not able to speak into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into the other's listening. That is where it plays a major role. First, you have to start into your listening. Then you'll be able to know to speak into other. Speaking into your listening, you'll be more and more advaitic, authentic. Speaking into others' listening, you'll become more and more expansive. Speaking into your listening and others' listening is a simultaneous process. Understand? Speaking into your listening and others' listening, simultaneous process, not part by part. It's a simultaneous process. Both should happen from powerful, complete space. Understand? This both should happen with complete, powerful space. Then there will be not be boredom, tiredness when you speak into your listening. Listening to you is the first step in spirituality. Understand? Listening to you is the first step in spirituality.
Now, whenever somebody is not listening outside, they are extension of you. They are not external, they are intra-external. I mean, inside you, if you have the same feeling of you not listening into yourself, you will project it outside also. When you tell somebody, that person won't listen to you. Nobody is external. Everybody is only extension. So when you provide authentic listening to others, you will learn the art of providing authentic listening to yourself. Yes, recently, Hinduism said, all these patterns, whichever you are affected by, it is fed by the society. So when you provide authentic listening to others, then you will be able to provide authentic listening to yours. When you break the patterns of society, you will be able to break your pattern inside. Now, let us contemplate on this speaking into listening.
So, how often does this happen to you? Just contemplate on this. How often this happened to you? You are unable to try yourself. Knowing something is good, but not following it, and knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. Will you some time please spend on how often does this happen to you? Knowing something is good, but not following it. Knowing something is bad, then but continuously doing it.
Yes. Now, after we understood about the speaking into listening, now let us enter into the intra-guided exercise, which is directly by Supreme Pontiff, who is going to take us to more and more deeper truths for us to internalize and understand how the speaking into your listening and others listening to manifest that in our life. Please be seated with the head, neck, and spine in straight line.
Have your book and paper so that whatever powerful cognition revealed by Swamiji, you can put it. This will help you in manifesting your reality. So now let's enter into the intra section guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please sit straight.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. profession, if you are not able to speak into others listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others listening. Now you all said the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in 1 full page. best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Please understand few basic things about communication. This is one of the thing which you do in your whole life but never get trained. Many things you do only little, few minutes, few hours in your life, you get trained for that. For example, eating. From the childhood, you get trained, and almost in India, each family, one person is wasted on it. Cooking. No, that is one of the biggest problem we have. We Indians need a separate person dedicated to keep that furnace alive continuously. Eating. Of course, seeing does not need any training. Listening does not need any training unless the spiritual listening. The simple listening does not need any training. Of course, the touch. You guys have too much training. Even though whole day is not spent in that, but too much training. But the speaking, even though your whole life is dependent on it, whether you make your life or break your life, it is all in your tongue. I can say this whole Sangha stands on the 2-inch tongue. Not only for me, for every one of you, whatever may be the profession you are in, whether you are a lawyer or engineer or doctor or a teacher or in a clerk or in a profession where you think you don't need to even open your mouth, you just need to put your head on the computer and work, even then your talking plays a major role about who you are going to become outside you and inside you. How many of you understand this one idea? I'll give you an example. Any of you think, no, in my lifestyle, my profession, talking is not at all a part? Can you raise your hand? So, see, all of you understand, such a vital part. Unfortunately, we never had a training. Maybe few of you would have had 1 or 2 corporate trainings where that fool himself will not know what is communication. One guy came to me and said, Swamiji, bless me for wealth. I said, Tathastu, I'll create the space for you. Suddenly, after a month or maybe few months after that, he comes with so much of jewels and a car and he became rich. I asked him, what is the secret? How did you get? I know I have created a space, but how it has become reality, tell me. Means what method it became reality? He said, Lakshmi Yantra, Swamiji. I said, who gave you that yantra? No, I started giving to others. I started giving to others. Please understand, I am defining. Listen. Communication is ability to transmit the same visualization you carry into others' inner space and create the impact as you want. Understand? I am defining communication. Transmitting the same visualization which you hold in your inner space and create the impact you want. If you listen to the satsang or when I describe some stories, you will see literally you don't need to struggle to visualize. Whether the small dog was there in the scene or the pillar was there, I'll put the visualization. You just need to sit there. Transmitting that whole visualization. Before entering into the communication session, I wanted you to unclutch from the word unclutching, listen. Now I wanted to tell you all one important thing. All these last few days, your unclutching is not a complete unclutching. You are unclutching using the word unclutching. It means, Ramana Maharshi gives a beautiful example. When you burn a dead body, you use a stick to beat and push the body into that, unless you get a fire for somebody's cigarette smoking. You are expected to put all parts of the body into that fire and burn. After you burn the body, that stick also will be thrown into the same fire and burnt. So this unclutching is the stick now you are using to burn all incompletions. Now you have to throw that unclutching also into that fire and be complete with it. That is why many times, even the moment you think of unclutching, you have incompletion, you will be failure, you can't do. Even the idea unclutching gets associated with your incompletions. How many of you have felt it? Oh, unclutching, oh, boring once more. No. Now we will have to complete even with that. Even that idea of unclutching, you have to unclutch without the word unclutching. Only then I can initiate you into communication. See, communication can happen from a space where even incompletion about unclutching doesn't exist. When you use a sword and fight, naturally the sword gets dirty by being bloody, by the touch of the blood. Same way, when you use the unclutching sword and complete many of your incompletions, that gets dirty. Even that has to be completed. Listen. Now listen to the instruction. Without even using the word unclutching. See, when you sit, some thought will come. You will say first, unclutch. Then 2 seconds maybe, there won't be any thought. Then again some other thought will come. Then again unclutch. Again some other incompletion will come. Again unclutch. After a few seconds, there will not be any incompletion other than this unclutch idea. Unclutch from that also means increasing the gap between one thought and the other thought. All of you understand? Please listen. Are you all listening? Listen. First, the word unclutch, unclutch. First you use the word, then just internal remembrance, then that's it. Just the mood unclutching. Understand? First you use the word unclutching to unclutch, then slowly, not even the word, just remembrance. Then just the mood unclutching. Again, if you are pulled out of your inner space and you go around in the incompletions, when you come back, unclutch. How many of you understand what I am saying? Unclutching using the word, then idea of unclutching, then just mood. Our question is, dear Swamiji, as you say, facing fear is the only way to go beyond any fear. Kindly correlate practicing 4 tattvas and living without fear of any sort from now on. For example, from fear of public speaking going up to fear of death. You think public speaking is such a small fear? Aruna, you are wrong. Fear of public speaking is nothing but fear of losing your image, which is much worse than fear of death. At least after death, you know, I don't need to face these fellows. Nobody is going to come back and ask you, why did you die such a bad way? You could have died a little more gracefully. No, nobody is going to ask you. But everybody is going to ask you, why did you blabber your mouth so much? Why did you open your mouth and lose the little respect you had? Everybody is going to ask you. So fear of public speaking is much more than fear of death. Getting it? The statistics are right when they say fear of public speaking is the largest fear than fear of death. Fear of death comes only as second. The survey reports. Understand, listen. When you face certain fear, I'll give you one example. For example, fear of losing all your wealth. When you face that fear, you don't need to start believing you will lose one day, but you will face it. Listen. Usually what you do, in the name of facing the fear, you say, all right, now I lost it, what can be done? Let me face. Then what happens? One part of you confirms you are going to lose all the wealth, and then it will say, no, how can you live? How can you live? What is this? Why are you thinking all this? Listen. How many of you understand what I am saying? So now you are caught between whether to accept you are going to lose the wealth one day, or just to hide and suppress. No, I am not going to lose. I am not going to lose. I am not going to lose. If you say you are not going to lose, your heart is not going to believe. If you say, yes, I am going to lose, now what to do? Again, see, you are powerless now, what to do? What is the way to save yourself? Your mind somehow keeps you in the rut. Listen. You don't need to believe you are going to lose the wealth. And you don't need to have the fear. What will you do if you lose the wealth? Understand? I am giving you one more example. Let me expand. First, when you have the fear of losing the wealth, go to the root when this fear started and complete with that root. Neither deny the fear nor say yes to the fear. Understand? When you have the fear, if I lose all my wealth, what will happen? Don't deny, no, I am never going to lose my wealth. No, don't tell that within you. And don't say, yes, I am going to lose the wealth, what can I do? Don't say that. Neither say yes nor say no to that fear. Go to the root of the fear and complete with it. How many of you are getting it? So how many of you are struggling saying yes or no to that fear? Whether you say yes or no, you are caught. Listen, I'll give you one more example. Example, you went and did some crime. Now you are afraid, you may be imprisoned. If you say you are not going to be imprisoned, your heart is not going to believe. If it happens, what to do? If you say, all right, if you are imprisoned, it's okay, you say, I'll face it. Then again, oh no, you see, you are so powerless, your life is gone. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? What will happen to wife? What will happen to child? What will happen to your life? You are in depression. How many of you struggle with the saying yes or no? Both leads to struggle. Saying yes or no both leads to powerlessness. Raise your hand. That is why I am telling you, fear is the most cunning guy. Whether you say yes or no, you are in mess. Don't say yes or no. Go to the root and complete. From where you start, come on, tell me that. Ask the fear, from where you start, come on, tell me that. Who are you? Who is your father? In India, we have the habit, in villages especially. For anything, they will first thing ask, who is your father? You are from which family? I tell you, the whole India, all of you need to know, with such a less police power, such a small law and order infrastructure, India is the lowest crime rate in the whole world. Do you know that? Lowest crime rate. Reported, unreported, both. Lowest crime rate. Why you know? Not because of police and law and order infrastructure. It is just this one idea. Who is your family? Hey, they will blame my family. They will blame my father. From which family you are? This is the first question they will ask. Even if you go to school late, the school teachers will ask, Yaar payandani? Are, who is my father? How is it going to affect me coming late to school a day? For everything, family will be held as responsible. So just that one pattern only keeps the whole India crime free, or lowest crime. Understand, whenever you need to face the fear, when I say face the fear, I don't mean accept the fear. No. Find the root of the fear and face it. Complete with it. Even when I lead you into the death process, I am not making you accept what will happen to death. What will happen after death, let me accept. No. I am only guiding you into the root of death fear and completing it. Now study the whole death meditation. What answer do you get? Do you get any answer for what will happen after death? No. I am not interested in giving you the answer for what will happen after death. I am only interested in from where this fear started, leading you there and completing it. So, the fear of public speaking. Don't say you will be failure in the public speaking and you will lose your face. Don't say you will never be failure, you will be successful. Just go to the root when that fear of public speaking started. When that started. This one thing I can never understand in my life is, what do they mean by fear of public speaking? Once I asked one fellow, you should receive enlightenment. When are you going to receive? He said, tell me Swamiji, which shop it is available, I will go and receive. Like he can't understand What is enlightenment? Same way, I can't understand the meaning of the word fear of public speaking. Because my first public lecture was delivered at the age of 10. When I was 10, I spoke on Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And now 35, last 25 years, I am continuing to be in the public, and only last 10 years we started video recording the satsangs, but otherwise my public life is 25 years. Fear of public speaking is nothing but fear of talking to yourself. First, bring integrity with what the word you utter to you. Then you will understand the fear of public speaking will disappear. It will disappear. Please understand, let your every decision, every moment, every action, every moment, every word, every moment be aligned to what you authentically listened and what you authentically internalized. Removing the gap between your internalized great truths and your living. Please understand. Sometimes people ask me, why are you so active, so workaholic? Practically 20 hours a day working, Swamiji. Once for all, I wanted to answer this question. I cannot be in any other way. If you authentically listened, if you have done shravana, listening authentically, manana, internalizing authentically, you will be radiating authentically. Nothing can be done about it. When the shravana, listening, and manana, internalizing happens authentically, nididhyasana, radiating, will happen authentically. Internalizing and radiating. Please listen. Your life needs to be constantly powerful. You should be living to do what you want. You should be talking to get the result of what you want. You should be talking to move the other person the way you want. You should be talking into the listening of the listener. You should not be talking, fighting with the patterns of the listener. You should be talking into the listening of the listener. When will that happen? If you are established into your listening, you will talk in other person's listening. If I have to simply translate the word radiating in a very colloquial way, Nithyananda, radiating means minding your business. Not wasting your life. Laziness, boredom, diversion does not have a place in your life when you are radiating. Radiating means radiating. It's a straightforward. Radiating means radiating. Live your life intensely. Live your life authentically. Live your life with the strength. Live your life without confusion. First thing you need to learn to radiate. For Nithyananda, the first thing is learn to think and speak with the same cognition you arrived by internalizing. Please understand. I am explaining step by step. First, you authentically listen to the great truths. Whenever you authentically listen, whatever you listen will be converted as a great truths by your inner space. Your inner space has a capability. It has power to separate right and wrong. In Vedic tradition, we have a beautiful example called Paramahamsa. The bird Hamsa, if you mix the rice and some other items, it will separate the rice. Only eat that. If you mix milk and the water and keep it, it will suck only the milk and leave the water. The Hamsa, bird Hamsa has that power. Same way, a man who takes the right things inside and leaves unnecessary things outside is Paramahamsa. If you bring authentic listening into you, you will become Paramahamsa. Anything you listen, you know what to internalize and what to reject. What to internalize and what to reject. Authentic listening brings tremendous clarity. See, it is the clarity which is really lacking in the seeker's life, especially when somebody is interested to get enlightened, live the life of a Jivan Mukta. Clarity is a very predominantly important quality. Very predominantly important quality. Please listen. Clarity. Shankara has written a separate book on this subject, Viveka Chudamani. The whole book is on clarity. Authentic listening leads to clarity, and internalizing, manana, leads to cognitive shift. If you don't live that cognitive shift powerfully, you will lose it. Please understand. Powerfully living the cognitive shift is what I call radiating. I tell you, how to find out whether you are radiating or not. Simply life around you will constantly be getting enriched. That is the signal. If the constant enriching is happening, then you are radiating. Around me, whether you are 6 or 60, 8 or 80, you can't go without getting enriched. Radiating means such powerful body language, such powerful words, such powerful thinking. You go on enriching, constantly winning the game of life. I am telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with the empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still, you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you know how to speak into the speaking of the listener, listen, you also know how to speak into the listening of your listening. If you say, I understand many of this truth, but I am not able to live, means you are not able to speak into the listening of your listening. Ability to speak into the listening of the listener and ability to speak into your listening is one and the same. Speak into your listening. Be active in enriching others. Burn all your self-doubts, self-denial patterns. Each one of you become acharyas. Please understand, I am talking to each one of you. Don't think, oh, that is for this person, not for me. Swamiji knows I can't be acharya. No. I know every one of you can be acharya. That is what I know. I don't know. You can't be acharya. You may know. But I don't know. I know only one thing. All of you can be acharyas. Every one of you. Not just talking in a foolish way. In a very skilled, very conscious, clear way of speaking into the listening of the listener. Not just talking because Swamiji said. It is your life and death. Is your power of words your life and death or not? It is. Is your power of thinking is your life and death or not? It is. Be very clear. You are going to get it only when you cause it in others. You are going to get it only when you cause in others. So with this clarity, cause into others with this clarity, cause, power of thinking, power of feeling, power of words, power of living into others, because only how much you cause in others is going to happen in you. Again, sit. Let me mirror the neuron activities into your brain. That is the best form of initiation. Let the Upanishad happen. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Declare to yourself and others, I will cause all these four powers to happen in everyone in the world. I'll be a cause for it. I'll cause it. I'll speak into the listening of the listener. Let all these four powers be caused in you and in others. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning, the form of light shaft, means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. day, Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body.
Thanks. Nithyananda, everyone. Now we learn about listening to ourselves and listening to others. How is that related? Why is it so important to be in listening to yourself? See, if you are in listening to yourself, all the clicks that you have, all the ideas that you have, the insights about, okay, I should be like that, I should not do this. These insights, if you have listening to yourself, you will simply make them as your life. If you come to any conclusion, any powerful conclusion, you will simply make it as your reality. If you are not in listening with yourself, there will always be this voice in the back of your head saying, hey, so many times you tried stopping to smoke, you're not going to stop this time either. Like these kinds of thought currents. You have never been a tidy person. It's just going to stay like this. Like whenever you want to make a decision, there will be this part of you inside nagging you, making fun of even your declaration to change. So in this internalization exercise, we're going to go beyond this. First, we're going to identify the different situations where we were hearing but not listening. So identify all the incidents and situations where you were hearing but not listening. For example, while talking to your colleagues, they speak, but you think about your next word, or think in your mind instead of listening to the video played during the session how the acharya is speaking. During a conflict or argument with someone, you are thinking about your next reply instead of listening to what the other person says, etc. See, the first step is always shravana, authentic listening, giving your active listening, not just hearing. Listening is when you remove all the ideas, all the concepts, all your knowledge that you already have, and you just take up the information first. If you don't do that, you will always immediately filter out information before you even receive the entire concept that the other person is trying to convey to you. So first, authentic listening without any judgment. Then manana, internalizing, intra-analyzing, analyzing for the sake of internalizing. So whatever you receive from that other person, churn it in your inner space and see what you can resonate with, what you can apply, what you can verify. So if you don't listen fully, you're going to miss what the other person is trying to say, trying to tell you. And then in the internalization, it doesn't mean that you have to accept everything that the other person is saying, but first you should hear what they want to tell, right? First you should grasp what is it that they want to convey. Then you can go and analyze it, see how much truth is in there. But if you don't listen from the get-go, you won't be able to even cognize what they are actually trying to convey to you. So look into all the incidents and situations where you were hearing, but not listening. Let us take a few moments and get ready for the first step of this exercise. Yes, we'll now move on to the next step.
Yes. Now, for each of the incident and situation, you will identify, pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. For an example, thinking about your next task. What do you plan to do afterwards? Feeling restlessness or irritated. Planning your next reply to win over the argument and prove yourself right. So, this is the mistake we always do. When somebody is speaking, we are not listening rather than preparing an answer to win over this argument. So, here you'll find all the incident and situation and pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. Most of the time, we don't listen. We are there, but mind is somewhere else. We act as though we are listening. But in the back of our mind, we are always ready to win over the argument or feeling that restlessness or irritated by the person. So you are going to identify all the incident, whether it might be with your father, it might be your brother, with your colleagues, or with your boss. Always, most of the time, with the boss. So you will write down each incident and situation. You identify, pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. Yes, let's enter into this exercise. Please pen down. Yes. Now, notice how irrespective you are when you are not in a space of listening. Understand? How irrespective you are when you are not in space of listening. Irreceptive. Sorry. It is irreceptive you are when you are not in the space of listening. Complete with all the incompletions you wrote in step 2 and decide to be in a space of listening in all the situation from now onwards. Understand? You are going to internalize this exercise, how irreceptive you are when you are not in a space of listening, and you will complete with all the incompletion you wrote in step 2 and decide to be in a space of listening in all the situation from now onwards. Let's take few minutes to pen down with all the incompletion.
Yes, Nithyananda already. With this, let us now get ready as we are moving forward to the next round of today's power manifestation. So, requesting all of you to settle down and come on camera. We're manifesting the power of the Ashtamahashaktis. Continuing the manifestation of the 8 great powers. So, get ready. Yes, in the first one, we're going to manifest the power of Mahima, where we are going to increase the size of an object. So select any object that you want to increase the size of. First, you start with the handheld object, like anything that is small, like a pen or a coin, something of that nature. And then take the first measurement of that object. Once you've taken the measurement of the object, yes, once you have selected the object and you've taken the measurement, you can declare by how much you want to increase the size of the object. Let's say the pen or pencil is 10 centimeters long. You want to increase it by 1 more centimeter. So after you've taken the measurement, make the declaration, and let's connect to Swamiji and get ready to actually manifest this power.
Yes. Now, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva from Kailasa. Remember Swamiji through the third eye. Sit with the powerful cognition and meditate intensely on Nithyananda Paramashiva. And anything else you think as your identity, just drop it. Just drop all the identities and remember Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Be in that space of unclutching, from the space of oneness. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely. From the space of oneness, experience the powers of Paramashiva. Intensely vibrate with this Ajapa Japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now let us enter into this for manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Be in that oneness space and manifest this power of Ashtama Siddhi.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now you will check the size of the object. What was the size before and how much it has increased. So Ma Lisa Wang, Ma Fixing Wang, John Han, please put your all the power manifestation in the chat, how much it increased. I request all the participants to sincerely participate so that you can manifest these powers. If somebody is swimming, if you see them, you'll be able to swim. The mirror neurons happen. Same way, if some of the participants is manifesting the power, same thing, the mirror neuron will happen to you. That is why we suggest all the participants to participate sincerely in the power manifestation so that you will mirroring the neuron. If anybody is able to manifest, you have the possibility to manifest those powers. So I request all the participants sincerely put whatever the power manifestation If you have increased the size of an object or decreased, please put it in the chat. We will give you a few minutes so that you can put it in the chat.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, whenever you are sharing your power manifestation results, you will build that confidence. See, even if you say it doesn't look like the object has changed, even sharing that is just acknowledging that you are participating, that you are manifesting, acknowledging that you are making yourself available for Paramashiva to manifest. So then all you need to do is manifest more power. So you should want to express yourself, you should want to share. Then that excitement that's going to come when you actually manifest the power, when it actually expresses fully, if you share that also, then you will inspire others to join you, others to manifest as well. So
yes, they will also celebrate with you. See, the moment you manifest the powers, they will be also able to manifest the powers. If you are not able to manifest the powers, just declare, because you are in Nithyananda Sabha. Swamiji is going to hear you. So if you pray sincerely, it will manifest. The only thing is required is the bhakti and the surrender to Swamiji. Because you always think about you, not about Swamiji. That is the reason we insist to visualize Swamiji on your third eye. The moment you visualize Swamiji, you are inheriting his qualities. You will be able to manifest the powers. Just that sincere, deep gratitude is required from your side. And drop always this I and mine. This ego only stops you from manifesting the power. The moment you drop your ego, you will see simply you are manifesting the power. Because Swamiji is inside you, who is residing inside. The Paramashiva will manifest the power through you. So do it sincerely, have that gratitude. Let's enter into the next powerful session.
we're going to learn how everything that we experience is our very own expression, our very own extension. Everything that we are experiencing in our life emerges directly from ourselves. So what we see on the outside is not something that is happening to us. It is something that is happening from us. Swamiji is going to share the various different powerful cognitions. So let us learn how to play with all this, all the expressions, all the experiences we have. Let us learn how to alter, manipulate, play with them from Swamiji directly. So be in a space of listening, restful awareness as we enter.
Yes, have your book and pen along with you. So whatever powerful cognition you receive from this powerful session will always help you to manifest the powers. This is a very beautiful subject. The ultimate truths are revealed in the session. Please imbibe it. You will see that you will be literally expressing those powers. You need to imbibe this powerful cognition. So I request all the participants to sit straight with complete awareness and with complete listening. Not just hearing, it should be complete listening. Now let's enter into this powerful session from Shanmuki.
Now listen to this thought current. Everything your life is made of is your very expression. Listen, everything your life is made of is your very expression, experientially playing with them, changing them, altering them, manipulating them is powers, siddhis. Understanding, no need to play with any of this, you are beyond, and going beyond is enlightenment. Listen now. Listen now. Now what I said is pure science. Mahadeva gives a very powerful practical methodology to experientially realize this statement. The statement which I uttered now is a sutra, pure science. Whatever you see in your life, including the walls of this hall and me sitting in front of you, this throne, your chair, the people sitting around you, everything is made of a material which is from inside you. You can alter, manipulate, extend, reduce, change everything as you want. Please understand. Everything you see in your life is made out of a stuff which comes from your very self. The wax, the material in which your waking state is made and your dream state is made, that material is from you, inside you, just like cobweb. It's from you, the material is manifested. Listen. Listen. How this can become our realization. How this can become our realization. This thought current now which I said is a pure science. Now Mahadeva comes next to applied science. How to make that into reality for you and how to use that in your day-to-day life. It's a very beautiful revelation. Listen. Mahadeva says, early morning, the period of Brahma Muhurta, where the so-called reality, waking state has not become 100% real for you, and the dream state has not yet become 100% dream state for you, where you are just moving in between. Brahma Muhurta, morning 4:30 to 6, where your inner space, some moments is in waking state, some moments in the dream state. Make use of that time to infuse some ideas into your system. Listen. For example, you are feeling life around you and inside you is very poor. You are not having enough resources. You want wealth. Try to play early morning, that 4:30 to 6, infusing yourself with the idea, let me manifest wealth. Your visualization should be more towards wealth, not towards moving away from poverty. Please understand, if you say, let me move out of poverty, you will be all the time visualizing poverty. No. Move towards wealth, visualizing wealth. The first thing will happen when you consciously play with your Brahma Muhurta consciousness. That is a unique consciousness. That's a unique time and space where you are neither fully awake, nor fully sleeping, nor fully dreaming. You are like a original material out of which you are made is available for alteration, transformation, manipulation. The material out of which you are made is available to yourself at that moment. Just few days from today to next Sunday, this 1 week, every morning, this Brahma Muhurta time, try to play with your consciousness. I gave you the example of money because that is the biggest problem everyone has. Whether you have or don't have, you have a problem. If you don't have some type of problem, if you have some type of problem, you can work on even your health. You can work on your relationships. You can work on your fulfillment, feeling alone, empty, lonely, on anything you can work. Try to visualize what you want to manifest. It will not take more than 3 or 4 days for you to realize, actually you are setting the trend and thought current. You are setting the trend and thought current of what you want to express in that Brahma Muhurta time. Sleeping during that time means wasting your life. Do not entertain. Please listen. Do not entertain the thought currents which are not directly conducive for your life at those moments. Because whatever you entertain during that time will become part of you. Now play with this thought current, this Kundalini thought current. The first realization you will have is your whole life is not solid as you think. It is just liquid or semi-solid. It is liquid or semi-solid. You can manipulate it. You can manifest it. You can play around with it. Understand? Now, unfortunately, you guys have already frozen. See, after 6, you get frozen. Now, anything I tell, it takes time for it, that thought current to reach your being. But at that moment of Brahma Muhurta, anything you try to infuse into you, very easily it goes, just like a needle moves into the banana. It can just enter into your system. Meditate on this. This thought current can awaken your Kundalini. Kundalini awakening means understanding you and the stuff out of which your life is made is ultimately from you. Because of that, you can transform, manifest, manipulate, play around, do anything you want with the stuff out of which your life is made. Understand, when you work on this thought current of everything you manifest is you, just work on it this week. In 2-3 days itself, you will understand the reality, the truth of this statement. I am not saying believe this statement, what I am uttering. No. It is too much, you can't even believe. You need to work with it. You need to work with this thought current. Next 1 week, every morning, 4:30, you have to get up in that boring, frustrated mood where you curse everyone around you and inside you for waking you up at 4:30. You curse the alarm, you curse the bed, you curse the pillow, you curse the fan, you curse the AC, you curse everyone around you, outside you, inside you, you curse your bathroom, you curse the bucket, you curse the wash basin, you curse the broomstick. So in that mood, stop cursing and put this idea, sit and think, contemplate. Swamiji said, me and my life, everything around me, inside me, I am manifesting that material, that stuff. If I see love, if I see anger, if I see frustration, if I see enmity, if I see friendliness, everything I see in my life, I perceive in my life, I experience in my life, all that is manifested from me. So I will enter into the second and third verse of Jnana Bhaddati. Tatsarvam gatayishyami yoga yuktya shrunupriye yatsvarupam nijam suddham vyapakam sarvatomukam sarvabhudantaravastam sarvapranishu jivanam yogagamyam durasadam dushprabam hridadambihi. Mahadeva, Paramashiva, is saying in the second verse, Yat Swarupam Nijam Suddham. My state is real and pure. Listen. Yesterday I was revealing an important secret, the sacred secret. You need to decide to behave with yourself as Paramashiva. You need to be convinced. Blessed are those who are able to convince themselves that they are ultimate. Means they are able to grasp the last delusion of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. I tell you, bhakti should be the expression of the gratitude and powerfulness of everything you have been given, not from the attitude that you are separate from the source. Understand? I overflow with gratitude and bhakti to my Guru, not because I am separate from him, but because he made me realize he is me. Understand? The right understanding. Listen very carefully. The identity you carry in the waking state, identity you carry in the deep sleep state, identity you carry in the dream state, identity you carry in Turiya state, and identity you experience in Turiyatita state, in all the 25 states of consciousness, each identity is independent. The moment you realize the undercurrent of all these 25 identities, your pure consciousness, which is the source of you and which is Paramashivam, all the 25 heads, 25 identities gets integrated. That is why Paramashiva is always described with the 25 heads. Means who has realized his 25 identity is in oneness with his source consciousness, pure Paramashiva, ultimate. As long as your identities play separate games, without getting integrated to the source, you continue to remain in suffering. When you are ready to cross your self-doubt, understand, courage to cross the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred is tapas, vairagya. Ferociousness you need to cross your self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt is called tapas. It can be psychological ferociousness, it can be physical ferociousness, it can be ferociousness to detoxify your system, ferociousness to break from patterns, ferociousness to break from addictions, ferociousness to manifest the higher understandings, ferociousness to live the higher understandings. It can be anything. Understand? The ferociousness to cross the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, to reach you are one with Paramashiva is tapas. Blessed are those who decide they are one with Paramashiva, who cognize they are one with Paramashiva, because other than him, nothing else can exist. If something else can exist other than him, then he cannot exist. He is the only Purusha. There cannot be anything other than oneness. That is why it is oneness. So if you feel you exist, you are only Paramashiva. You exist only as Paramashiva. Any other identity you assume is assumption. Understand? Nothing else can exist. And nothing else exists. Demand everything to be Paramashiva. I tell you, that is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Deciding, declaring yourself as Paramashiva to yourself, intensely demanding yourself to be Paramashiva by yourself is what is manifesting the space, the state of Paramashiva. That is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. I really want all the Paramashivoham participants to start practicing. Declare yourself as Paramashiva to yourself and Demand yourself to be Paramashiva. Talk to yourself as you are Paramashiva. Think yourself as Paramashiva. Behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start from today. I bless you all to achieve success. From today, behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nithyananda, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much, much, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide. You will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it. Internalize it. Manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa. Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. Because of that unfortunate thought current of irresponsibility becomes spirituality. We lost some of the most beautiful, most important contributions we have done to planet Earth. The origin and ultimate, listen carefully, the origin and ultimate are one and the same in Vedagamic traditions. That is why the vision document is complete. The basic units, principles, tattvas with which we are asked to function is complete. Integrity is a tattva to measure your expression. The depth of integrity, the amount of integrity you cognize about each subject, that will be the expression, spontaneous expression of you. When somebody asks you, why do you pour milk on linga? The first response I gave is, hey, we pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. Because every time I pour, I know I am pouring on Sadashiva. It falls on linga. In Hindu tradition, if you don't find any linga, you can just keep a heap of sand on the floor. Just sit, try to get any stone. If you don't get any stone, just get heap of sand and start worshipping that as a linga. That's the way Sita did in Rameshwaram. One of the most important Jyotirlinga Ramanatha Swami is just heap of sand touched by Sita with the great sacred sentiment, the bhava. O Mahadeva, Sadashiva, Iha Agaccha, Igatishta. The power of bhava of Sita, the beach sand becomes Ramanatha. Understand? We pour on Sadashiva, not on Linga. It falls on Linga. Because we are so engrossed to whom we are pouring, sometimes we don't bother where it is falling. That is the first. This should have been a first response from any practicing Shaivite. If you are integrated to your logic, naturally you will say, oh, I think it is oiling, massage. So that the stone won't crack. You mean to say it is oil massage therapy? And I do wonder, what kind of a stone absorbs the fat and maybe I don't know about that, so let me not get into that scene. And I do not know much about stone and I know only about Sadashiva. Let me stop myself. Let me restrict myself to what I know. Understand integrity. Listen carefully, because this is one of the important pain point with many people in the Sangha are suffering. I utter the word integrity, you only remember morning the integrity officer standing in front of you and waking up. Hey, get up for morning yoga. Listen. Now you need to understand that principle. Integrity is basically the unit with which our expression is measured. See, your source, consciousness, when it starts operating using this body and mind, it always gets integrated to something. Even if you don't want to get up, come to morning yoga, you are highly integrated to Nidra Devi. Means sleep. You are highly integrated to your bed. And you are highly integrated to your tiredness. Understand? Then don't blame. Whole day I am feeling bored and depressed and tired. That is what you are integrated in the early morning. Understand? When the sun rises, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till the sun sets. When the sun sets, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till again sun rises. Understand? It's a basic principle of life. So when sun rises, to what you are integrated matters, because that is the time the commands are given to your body about the whole day which you are supposed to do. The plans are delivered to your system. If your plan is turning this side and pulling the blanket, functioning with these powerful cognitions will make you experience your spiritual legitimacy. It will make you understand the best, most superconscious way to exist and relate. Understand? The most superconscious way to exist and relate. The fundamental principles, fundamental superconscious way to exist and to relate with other humans, relate with the society, relate with the humanity, relate with money. See, from the superconscious existence, with the most powerful cognition, you are Paramashiva. If you relate with money, you will bring economical legitimacy to your identity. Poverty is nothing but economical illegitimacy to your identity. If you build the spiritual identity, right identity, you will manifest economical legitimacy, means wealth. You having wealth just because of your right identity is economical legitimacy for you. You having social success because of your powerful cognitions is social legitimacy for you. Because of your powerful cognitions, the way you carry yourself is accepted by everyone. The way you live becomes a culture, is cultural legitimacy for you. Bring powerful cognitions in your life, through that bring spiritual legitimacy to your existence, to your identity. With that strength, bring social, cultural, economic legitimacy to your existence. Naturally, you will be able to manifest anything you want. Understand? This whole science, manifesting the state, manifesting the space, manifesting the powers, manifesting the being, manifesting the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, listen. If you bring spiritual, social, cultural legitimacy to you, you will understand this science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, extreme chronic capitalism or exploiting pharmaceutical industries, enslaving psychiatry field and pseudo-psychiatrists, or cheating philosophies, brainwashing ideologies, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadash.
Yes. after this powerful session where Swamiji revealed most powerful cognition, we will enter into the next internalization exercise.
Yes, we are now going to enter into a completion exercise where we are going to complete with our very own father. So this is one of the very powerful exercises, one of the very important exercises, because mother and father are the two first personification of the feminine and masculine energy in our life, the first role model that we build our identity on, and based on which we build our ideas about how a man should behave, how a woman should be behaving, and how they should be. So let us enter into this exercise very sincerely, requesting all participants here in the Zoom to come on camera. Chitsin Weng Aya Ma Li Si Wang Wa Ma Wei Wen Mei. If you could come on camera and join us for this exercise. This will be a very powerful exercise, and it will help you to complete with the masculine component within you. So let us take this sincerely and manifest all the benefits from this completion.
Yes, this is a very powerful completion. If you understand this completion, you will have a breakthrough in all your relationship. All your relationship matters what you perceive in your world and what was actually in the world, the world. So now you are going to describe the relationship you have with your father. So this is all about relationship you have with your father. Go back in life and describe all the incident when you start judging him, having incompletion with him. So this is the pattern actually you are carrying. Many of the things is from your father and mother, because from childhood you are seeing your father and mother. That is how you imbibe these qualities and the problems and incompletion. All it starts from the closed one whom you are relate. And mother and father is the closed one from the childhood. You started living with them. So you are going to describe this relationship you have with your father. Go back in life and describe all the incident when you started judging him, having incompletion with him. Describe detailing what actually happened, what he actually said or did, which is the word. Understand? What actually happened, what he actually said or did, which is the word, and how you experience it. See, what your father said something, it would be different, but actually what you perceive is completely different. So with this mature understanding, you are going to describe what actually happened, because the understanding at that time was completely different. The way you cognize yourself and what actually the incident happened is two different components. So now you are going to pen down what actually happened in the world and how you experience it, which in my world. So please pen down so that we can enter into the session. I request all the participants do it sincerely, because this incompletion only you carry with many of your relationship. Either it might be a friend, it might be your boss. So actually this is the incompletion you project with everyone. So when you deeply look in, this is what you are relating with your friends or with your relationship, with your boss, with your colleagues. Actually, when you complete with this, you will see all the relationships getting healed. And the way you respond to others also will change. This is a very important completion. I request all the participants to do it sincerely so that you will have a breakthrough.
Yes, just draw a small table, 2 columns, the world and my world. Under the world, you write exactly what happened without any perception, without any conclusion, any emotional interpretation. And my world is exactly that. What you perceive, what you felt he meant, what you think he decided against you, what is your experience of the happenings? So, yes. So your father might have slapped you, and you felt, yes, he hates me, he wants me to be sad, he wants to torture me and all that, but you might have just not been able to control. You might have been fully out of your senses, and he brought you down. He gave you a smack, but all the anger, all the interpretations you put on top of that, that is my world. The world is very binary, very plain. There is no room for interpretation. It is the simple happening. So describe both and see how much you are adding onto it, how much you are telling a story based on what you want to believe, how you want to frame the situation. And if you really look in, the story is actually what leads to the suffering. If you can see the situation as it happened, you will see it, okay, this is what happened, and that's all. There's no aftermath. Okay, so if you have any questions about the exercise, let us know. We will happily help you out.
Because if you see this, same thing you'll be projecting with your boss. Because this is how you created the pattern with your father. And that is why you also, the same thing repeats again and again until you have a breakthrough, until you complete. This incident will keep on happening in your life in some or the other way, because this pattern was created by you and you are suffering and you need to have a breakthrough. So do it sincerely. You will see the moment you heal the relationship with your father, you will see you have the good relationship with your boss. So go back in life and describe all the incident when you started judging him, having incompletion with him. Yes. Now, the second step will be invoking your father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud, because you have to be loud and clear. Invoke your father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Invoke your father in Swamiji's Atmamurti and complete at least twice by talking out loud. If you want to have a private space, just come close the door. But you have to be loud, you have to be clear. That is how it is going to come out, because it has to come out. So please Invoke your Father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Call your Father, complete with Him in the same manner. These three things you are going to do now. First thing, you are going to invoke your Father in the mirror and complete at least twice. The second step, invoke your Father in Swamiji's Atmamurti and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Finally, you'll be calling your Father and completing with Him in the same manner. Please do this exercise sincerely. Yes. So once you finished your completion, in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 125, Dharana 100, it says, Samashatru cha mitre cha samamanavamano ya brahmana paripurnatvat iti jnanatva sukhi bhavet. The translation goes, when you reside in the consciousness of sameness, you will see the oneness in the enemy and friend, in honor and dishonor, because of the powerful cognition that everything is complete and fulfilled with Brahman, the pure consciousness that is present everywhere. You will always be full and filled with completion. Cognizing thus, you will become perpetually happy. You will reside in that space of oneness when you have that complete completion. Yes. Now, with this complete completion, we will enter into the power manifestation. Whenever you have this completion, you will see that you will have a breakthrough. That is the reason we have this power manifestation session.
Today we're manifesting the powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, the 8 great powers. So first we manifested the power of increasing the height of an object, the size of an object, and now we are going to increase the weight of an object. So pick one object you want to manifest this power with and measure the weight of that object. You can even manifest this power with your own body. So if you don't have like a kitchen scale, if you have a body weight scale, you can change the weight of your own body as well.
Yes. Now, we will enter into the extraordinary power of third eye, increasing the weight of an object, or you can increase your own weight if you have a weighing scale. So sit straight, internalize that Paramashiva himself has come in the form of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize with Swamiji through the third eye. Intensely vibrate with this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Through the power of third eye, you are going to increase the weight. Intensely keep chanting the Mahavakya as we enter into the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, I request all the participants, you can check the weight of an object. If you have taken weight of yourself, you can check, go and check on the weighing scale, what is the weight of yours. And whatever, whether it is increased or decreased, you can put it in the chat. The moment the powerful cognition enters into you, it manifests as powers. So I request all the participants to do it sincerely, all the completion. You will see you'll be able to manifest these powers. Don't take it for granted. These are all most powerful cognition Swami has given to us, which helps us to manifest these powers. Ma when we ma quiz in wing. Please switch on your cameras. Yes. Now, let us enter into the powerful satsang song, Swamiji. I request all the participants to have the book and pen along with you, so that depend on all the powerful cognition received during the session. This will also help you to manifest the powers. The more and more you imbibe the powerful cognition, the more and more you'll be able to manifest these powers.
Yes, we're going to first enter into a meditation. We're going to meditate on the light within. So let's all settle down, sit in a calm and quiet space. Maybe close your door, close your windows. If there's any noise outside, as Swamiji is going to guide all of you.
Yes. Now, let us enter into the session.
Here, Shiva is giving wonderful sloka, wonderful sutra, which can create the new understanding about the life and death, because this sutra is directly related to presence and absence. Let me read the translation. Feel an object or person. The presence in front of you means that touch or by seeing through your eyes. Feel the presence. The next word says, feel it, not just seeing. Next step, feel the absence of all other objects but this one. Understand? Step by step. Let me give the translation. Feeling the presence of an object or a person. Second step, feeling the absence of other objects. First, feeling the presence of one object or a person. Second step, feeling the absence of all other objects and persons, except this one. Third step, feeling the absence of this one also, and centering on yourself. Realize, paramastitihi, dhyayato layaha. Let you disappear into enlightenment, into the state of meditation. See, Shiva is such a great person, such a great master. He gives techniques for all kinds of human beings and all situations. Yesterday, the technique is for people who are in pain or suffering. Today, the technique is for people who are in love on the way to pain. He says, first feel an object or that person before you. Understand? Just to see, if you see through two eyes, it is enough. But to feel, you need to use all three eyes. Third eye also. If you see the kids seeing the rose or a teddy bear, you see how the kid feels the teddy bear. He doesn't just see, he feels it. You can see how his eyes become big. Almost he feels connected to the teddy bear. He feels completely connected. If you try to take it away, you will see the fun. You will see the drama he creates. He feels that the toy is just part of him. So you need to feel that close with some object or that person. It will happen only when your third eye opens, means only when your logic is absent. You can see when you are in love with somebody, when you are in love with some object, your eyes will be bright when you look at that person. Practically your whole being will be looking through your eyes. Through your eyes. You will feel it. First, sit with that person or the object, just feel it. Feel that object or the person through your whole being, through the whole body, through the whole energy. Just feel. Just be completely lost. Feel only that object or that person. Second thing, important thing, feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. I am reading the original sutra, original translation, so that you will understand. Actually, this sutra can be translated in so many ways. I really feel sorry for my poor translation, because I don't have more words. The sutra has to be understood from 4 or 5 dimensions, because this can give you the basic truths of the falling in love with a master or falling in love with some god or a deity. The sutra will give you the basic technique, how that helps you towards enlightenment. When you deeply feel connected to a master, when you deeply feel connected to a deity, to a god, to a statue, what happens in you, how it leads you towards enlightenment, is beautifully described in this sutra. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, if I have fallen in love with a girl or a man, can this technique help me? It will. Because whenever you are in love with somebody, the other person will look like a god. He will be God for you. Understand? I always tell people come and ask me, Swamiji, I feel you are God. I tell them, this mood or experience will be there as long as you feel connected or you are in love. As long as you are feeling connected or you are in love. When you are in love with somebody, not only with me, with a master, with anybody, when you are in love, the other person will appear like a god. He will be fulfillment of your being. God means what? Your fulfillment. Your fulfillment is what we call God. What you feel as your fulfillment is your God, Ishta Devata. That is your chosen ideal. When you are in love with the master, he appears as God. he will be God. I always tell people, when you are in love with me, not only I will appear as God, you will see all miracles which God will do will be happening through me. But when that love or feeling connected goes away, when you don't have that, you will not see any miracle through me. Even if you see, you will take it for granted. It is feeling deeply connected or love that gives you the experience, glimpse of God through other, and it just gives you inside you. It's a big science. First, you fall in love with that object or a person. One difficulty is, if you fall in love with that object or a person, first you need to concentrate, feel him, and leave everything else. Then feel his absence also. When you want to feel his absence, he may not agree or cooperate. With a master, he will agree and cooperate to feel his absence, and he will put the whole energy and whole devotion on yourself. He will not bind you. That is the greatness of master. That is the greatness of falling in love with the master. See, when you fall in love with an ordinary object or an ordinary person also, this technique can help you. But one thing, when you want to move away from his presence, he will feel dissatisfied. He will not encourage it. He wants you to be, by now, he will be dependent on you. A person who acts as an object for you to fall in love and waits till everything else disappears from you and diverts the same attention and energy towards you and gracefully moves away, lets you experience his absence, is master. He is master. Master is a person who will not be dependent on you, but who will help you to be dependent on him. When time comes, he will simply liberate you and put your whole energy on you and say goodbye and tell you to experience the ultimate. With an ordinary person, that step will be a little difficult. The third step, first step, falling in love, feeling the person, there won't be a problem. Second step, forgetting all other objects except that person or the object, that also won't be a problem. But the third step, feeling his absence also and diverting the whole concentrated energy on yourself. Dhyayato layaha means merging into meditation itself without an object for meditation. At that spot, an ordinary person will not be able to let go. He will create a comfort zone between you and him and encourage you to be in that same comfort zone. Will not allow you to go beyond him. That is where the problem will start. Of course, when that problem comes, let us face that. Just because that problem may come, it is not that we should not start our steps at all. When it comes, let us find the solution. Let us start the work. Let us start the great work of working towards the enlightenment. 3-step, feel an object before you, not just seeing, feeling, means completely lost. Feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. Exclude everything else. Just be completely lost with that one person or with that one object. Let there not be anything else. Exclude. third step, when you really feel that there is no object, suddenly after some time, you feel, oh God, I was sitting here with Swamiji for 3 hours. And suddenly after the lecture you wake up, not from sleep. You think, oh God, there are so many people around me. Or suddenly you see, when did you come and sit? You ask the next person. And you ask the person, when did you come and sit? I did not even notice. If that happens, means you are excluded. You achieved the state of excluding everything else. Then you need to go to the third step. Means now unclutch from master also. Feel his absence also. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize. Object feeling means the presence. Absence feeling means absence. Leaving aside both, realize. Dhyayato layaha. Hritaye layante. Dhyayato layaha. Means now let you realize, let you disappear just in yourself. This sutra, if it is understood, it will give you the basic signs of devotion, basic signs of falling in connection or in deep devotion with a master, or even feeling connected to a deity, to a murti. See, in Ramakrishna's case, he was so connected to the Kali murti, he felt that murti was alive. Just now, few months ago, I went and saw that murti. When I saw that, it was such a overflowing, such a fulfilled feeling. Just a 3 feet stone can give enlightenment. See the amazing thing. It's not more than 3 feet murti, just 3 feet murti. Black stone. It can give enlightenment. He was so strongly connected. First the feeling of the object happened. Then the exclusion, means leaving all other objects, that also happened. He used to sit in front of that murti for hours. If he starts doing arti, people will start moving away because he won't end. If some people start speaking, you don't know when they will end. If he starts doing arti, you don't know when he will end. People will start going away. Second step also happened. The third step happened when he became enlightened. Third step means feeling the absence, means leaving even that form happened to him. Only then he became enlightened. Because when Totaburi came, his guru, enlightened master came, he said, I will initiate you. Ramakrishna said, yes, you initiate me. Totaburi said, now concentrate on the Anya. He gave a technique. And put your whole energy on yourself. Ramakrishna said, no. The moment I close my eyes, I see Devi. My Devi, I feel her presence. Totaburi says, that is nice. You have come to the second step. Nothing wrong. But now you need to go to the third step. Go beyond the form. Cut that murti. Cut that form. Ramakrishna says, what? How can I? I cherish this form. Throughout my life, I worshipped this form, respected, felt so deeply connected. How can I cut this form? Totaburi says, no, unless you cut, you won't experience the next step. Then finally Ramakrishna agrees. And he says, I visualized my knowledge as the sword and cut the form of Devi. Means disconnected myself, felt the absence, ready to divert myself to the my center. See, directly you can't connect yourself with your center. First you need to use the outer object, presence, then absence, then you will be enlightened. Then Ramakrishna says, the moment I cut that form, destroyed that form, suddenly something opened in me. I am lost in samadhi, enlightenment. That moment he became enlightened. Understand, feel an object, even ordinary relationship, falling in love can raise you to enlightenment. With this one technique, feel that object or the person intensely, exclude everything else. Feel the absence of all other objects, only that object or that person's presence, then move away even from that person or the object. Feel the presence, feel the absence. Suddenly you will see you are centered on you, on your deeper self, on your consciousness, on your very being. Feel an object before you. Feel the absence of all other objects or persons but this one. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize dhyayanto layaha, let you relax, let you disappear, let you merge into the state of meditation or enlightenment. Try this technique. This you can do only with some person or object, so you won't be able to do now. First of all, we can't disclose with whom we are in love or with what object we are in love. It is such a personal, intimate thing. You can do it only alone with your private space. In your private space, try, if you are in love with some object or the person, try this technique. First feel the presence of that person, feel the absence of all other objects, then feel the absence of that person also, and let you get centered on the eternal bliss. anything in the outer world can be achieved when you work for it. Wealth, if you work for it, you will get it. Relationships, if you work for it, you will get it. But in the inner world, anything you want, you have to work from it. If you want to have Advaitic experience, you have to work from the Advaitic space. If you want Bhakti experience, you have to work from the Advaitic Bhakti space. But in both, you have to work. Understand? But both you have to work. In the inner world, don't think just if you carry the space, you will achieve it. No. Only when you operate from that space again and again, you will know the strength of the space and you will strengthen that space. So today, less words, more contemplation. Less words, more contemplation. More manana. I wanted all of you to contemplate on this one truth. Please listen. Contemplate on this one truth. Contemplate on this one truth. Anything you want in the outer world, you have to work for it. Anything you want in the inner world, you have to work from it. If you want living Advaita in the inner space, you have to continuously be active, alive, work from the space of Advaita. Work from the space of Advaita. Work from the space of Advaita. Drive yourself from the space of Advaita. Let the self-driving happen from the self. Self-driving happening from the self is what I call enlightenment. Self-drive happening from the self is what is enlightenment. Contemplate on these few words today. Please understand. Self-drive is the source of the knowledge a human being has. Means that is Saraswati. Knowledge is not number of books you read. Knowledge is not number of concepts you know. The amount of self-drive you have. Understand, giving a right context to the self-drive is only the job of Saraswati, knowledge. When there is a right context, the self-drive never gets dried up. If it gets dried up, it is from the wrong context. It is the lower level pleasures. It is not self-drive. Self-drive which gets dried up is from violence or from greed. Please understand, the self-drive comes out of fear and greed, gets dried up just in few days. Giving the right context for your self-drive is the job of Saraswati. All the knowledge, the reason for all the knowledge, reason for all the books, reason for all the knowledge transmission mechanism is to give you the right context for your self-drive. To give the right context for your self-drive. Giving the right context for your self-drive is the source, purpose, reason, cause, sole cause of your knowledge. Self-drive is the one and only wealth you can carry from one birth to another birth. Please understand. If you want to go to US, you have to change Indian currency to US currency. If you want to come from US to India, you have to change US currency to Indian currency. The same currency will not be useful in the other country. Same way, when you leave the body, whatever you accumulated in this birth, wealth, life, relationships, properties, nothing will be useful in the next birth. But the self-drive you accumulated will be there with you in your biomemory as your asset. I tell you, self-drive is the Lakshmi. Self-drive is the ultimate wealth, ultimate asset. Anyone can accumulate, anyone can acquire. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. This is the exact interpretation I will give. Raising your self-drive by yourself by setting the right context. You will be a great friend for yourself. If you can't raise your self-drive by yourself by setting the right context, you are the greatest enemy for you. It is the self-drive that makes you king or beggar. It is the self-drive that gives you self-respect or not. It's a self-drive that gives you the ability to exist. That is a self-drive that gives you the strength to live. Self-drive is the love for life. Self-drive is the devotion for life. Self-drive is commitment towards life. Self-drive is the scale to measure your authenticity, integrity, responsibility, and enriching. Look into you and see whatever patterns, whatever ideas, whatever thoughts brings conflict into you does not allow the experience of oneness in you, start completing with them. Listen, I am establishing the process for oneness. Maybe next few days, I'll go on expanding on it. Sit and go on, pen down the patterns which makes you move away from the original oneness space, restful awareness, the state for which you are yearning without even knowing for which you are yearning. Understand? In all of us, there is a yearning for certain state. Without even knowing for what we are yearning, we go on yearn. Sometimes we think because of that yearning was so deep, we think we are yearning for money, or we think we yearn for just physical satisfaction. Sometimes we get scared and go crazy about that yearning. I use the word crazy. You just get scared what for you are yearning and go crazy about why you are yearning, what for you are yearning. Listen. Whether you get scared of the yearning or go crazy about the yearning or get attached to what you yearn, ultimately you are yearning to a state of oneness, non-dual consciousness. Ekatva is not eka. Listen. Oneness is God, God is not one. Be very clear. All the religions talk about God is one. One God theory is not leading you towards oneness of God. So I am not accepting the concept that God is one, or theology God is one, but I am very clear the fact that reality is God is oneness. Listen, God is oneness, and you are constantly yearning for that oneness which is in you, or you are part of that oneness. Sit and pen down all the patterns which makes you feel you are away from that oneness, which makes you move you out of that oneness. If you start penning down the idea, I am the body, that usually makes you move out of that oneness. I am the mind, makes you move out of that oneness. Your association with different patterns, that makes you move out of that oneness. Listen. But solution is not, I am not the body. That is the biggest mistake most of the Vedantis do. Immediately they start punishing the body and start declaring, I am not the body, I am not the body. How much ever loudly you shout, scream, I am not the body, your body is only screaming, I am not the body. Even to scream, I am not the body, you associate yourself with the body. It's too funny how the Vedantis commit conceptual suicide. Understand? Conceptual suicide. That's the right word I use. When you learn concepts, but you are not growing in the space of oneness. You learn concepts, theories, but you are not growing into Advaita. I'll call that as a conceptual suicide. Accumulating ignorance in the name of knowledge. Acquiring ignorance in the name of knowledge. I am directly establishing a process for you to experience the non-dual consciousness, the Advaita, the state of Advaita. Today I am not talking about any anasin, metasin. How to remove your headache, knee pain, how to have good relationship with your family or teamily. No, I am not talking any of that. Listen, I am very straight. I am establishing the process for you to experience non-dual consciousness. So listen. Come to the space of listening and listen. This can directly take you to the non-dual state of consciousness. Sit and pen down all the patterns, ideas, concepts, theories, thoughts, which makes you move away from the non-dual state, Advaitic state. It can be as simple as I am the body to as complicated as I am my wealth. Sometimes people are ready to die but not ready to give up their wealth because their affiliation, association, idea of connection with wealth has become far more deeper than the idea I am the body. Very funny thing. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions of people die because of eating. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions are dying because of overeating. Because by and by they associate themselves with the food more than their body or ability of the body to make the food into life. Their ability to make the food into their life, ability to convert the food into life is far more important than just eating. Many times, listen, many times in the attachments and delusions, the purpose is lost. As I said, you start eating for living. Finally, just by eating, you die. You are ready to die, but not ready to reduce your eating. I am not even asking you to give up eating. Reduce your eating. For Brahma and Vishnu, early morning, the form of light shaft, means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, Let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft, means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body.
Yes, to this powerful session. Now, let's enter into the internalization exercise. So please have your book and pen along with you so that we can enter into the internalization exercise. I request all the participants to switch on your cameras so that we can enter into the internalization exercise. Please sit straight with complete awareness. You can see still the cameras are switched on. Please switch on your camera so that we can enter into the exercise. So here you will be identifying all the incidents where you were unable to make the other person to do what you want, or where you even avoid to attempt thinking they will not do what you want. Understand? You are going to identify all the incidents where you are unable to make the other person to do what you want, or where you even avoid to attempt thinking they will not do what you want. Identify the block within you that is reflected in the situation and in the other person. You are not now going to identify the block. What is the block you carry within you that is reflected in the other person? That in that situation, complete with the earliest instant where you experience this incompletion. So identify the recent incompletion you had with the other person, and you are going to complete with it. Please have your book and pen. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely so that you remember whatever the incompletion you had with the other person. Because even this Mahavakya helps you to identify the incompletion. Your mind always block to remember all those things. This Mahavakya is going to help you to identify all the incompletion. So please complete with the earliest instant where you experience this incompletion. Now, let us enter into this exercise.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now, after this powerful internalization, let's enter into the power manifestation session. I request all the participants to switch on your camera and please sit straight with your head, neck and spine so that we can enter into the power manifestation.
Yes, in this round we're going to manifest the power of Anima, which means decreasing. We're going to decrease the size of an object. So select any one object, can be maybe a small figurine or a pen, something which is nearby and which is not too large, something that you can measure easily and then compare the size. Let's take a few moments and find an object that we want to manifest this power on. And take the first measurement. You can either use measuring tape or you can just take a piece of paper, place the object on it and just draw the outline. For example, let's say you're using a bottle cap. You just draw the outline of that bottle cap and then you can reduce the size of this object. Or you could reduce the size of the bottle cap and then try to screw it onto the bottle and see if it fits, if you don't have any other measuring tool. So just take a few moments and determine the size of the object before we enter into this round of the power manifestation. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We're going to manifest the power of reducing the size. So pick an object and measure the size initially. And then you can start connecting with Swamiji.
Yes, now you will connect with Swamiji. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on intensely as visualize Paramashiva has come down in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with powerful cognition and meditate on it. Then intensely think that you are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as you identity is a delusion. Drop all the doubt and visualize, unclutch from all the thoughts. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let's enter into this power manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely as we enter into the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, you can now take the second measurement and compare the size of the object with how big it was before. See if the size has decreased, and do let us know in the chat what was the size difference and which object did you manifest on. Let us know. This goes for all the Zoom participants, but also all the YouTube viewers, Facebook viewers, Twitch viewers, and our Instagram viewers as well. So share your experience from this conversation.
Yes, you can please put it in the chat. Whatever the size, whatever the measurement you have taken after the power manifestation. Moduling, please switch on your camera. I request all the participants to switch on the camera. Yes, now let us enter into the powerful session from Swamiji, where Swamiji is going to reveal about causing other reality. When you cause others reality, they cause your reality to manifest. That is the science. Don't think always what happens when I cause others reality. No need to worry about it. When you cause others reality, your reality gets manifested by others. So let us enter into this powerful session. Please have your pen and book along with you. Write down all the powerful cognition. Let's just enter into the powerful session.
Please listen. Being a catalyst for everyone to realize their reality, ultimately grow and realize their ultimate reality. Listen. Even with enriching enlightenment, maybe slowly you may develop an attitude, you are holier, you are higher than the receiver. Now, not even that attitude. Be a catalyst, sincerely be a cause for everyone to realize their reality. I tell you, when you decide authentically, sincerely to be a cause for others to realize their reality, all of them become catalyst for you to cause your reality. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you. When you are sincerely, please understand, the moment you start trying to be a catalyst for others to realize their reality, first thing will come up is your insecurities. Complete with it. You don't need to carry so much of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred patterns. Every doubt is established on the self-denial, self-hatred and self-doubt. First doubt, if I am causing his reality, what will happen to my reality? Who will cause it? Understand, when you decide to cause, all of them will simply become cause for your reality. And all of them, please understand, life itself, the whole, will become cause for you to cause your reality. Listen, I tell you, all the good things happened in my life. I am giving you the experiential expression from my very experience. With integrity and authenticity, I am talking to you, keeping Kala Bhairava as the witness. All the good things happened in my life. All the best things happened in my life. Happened only when I have lived sincerely, being a cause for causing others' reality. When I sincerely be a catalyst for others to cause their reality, always, not only others' reality was caused, I was also showered by the divine grace. Because being a cause is your because. Listen, this realization is what I call applied science of living enlightenment. Jivan Mukta Vijnana. Continuously, sincerely be a cause for others to realize their cause, and whatever comes up in between, your insecurity, the other person may not be in tune with your cause, or your insecurity, what will happen to your cause, or your insecurity, others may try to cause harm to you. Complete with all this is not part of you. I tell you, even in enriching there can be an ulterior motive, but in causing that ulterior motive is removed. If enriching is like a 22 karat gold, causing is 24 karat gold. I can say 25 karat gold. Purest. When you become a cause for others' reality, actually even when you start thinking to be a cause for everyone's reality, even the thinking expands you and brings fresh lease of energy in you. Please understand, only when you cause enlightenment to others and to yourself, life starts in you. Beginning of the life starts in you only when you cause enlightenment to yourself and to others. This Nitya Kalpatar Darshan is my effort to cause enlightenment in all of you. Understand? Causing enlightenment. Be constantly supportive, helping, living, enriching, causing others' reality. When you start thinking to make others' reality, when you decide to cause to make others' reality, even your ability to think expansion always brings joy. When you start thinking for others, consciously you become them. Expansion brings always joy. Expansion brings always bliss. Expansion brings always completion. Expansion brings completion, joy. Expansion brings sacred joy. First, always be a cause for others to experience their reality. Second, when you start causing others' reality, the expansion happens in you, the joy happens in you. It's a sacred joy which strengthens you and makes even your own reality more powerfully. Third, Ashtama Siddhis are simply available to you when you cause others' reality. Fourth, carry this space of possibility in you. Go on causing it for others. I tell you, when you start causing others' reality, suddenly from thousands of directions, 10,000 hands will come and cause your life into reality. That will be cast as reality. I tell you, so much of auspiciousness will be showered on you. So much of wonderful things will be expressed through you. Be a cause for others' reality, because being a cause for others' reality is your being the cause for your being. When you are authentically, sincerely cause others' reality, suddenly you will realize that is your cause. Incompletions your mind brings out. No, no, no. If I start causing others' reality, they will exploit me, my time will be wasted, and maybe they will try to cause harm to me. Whatever incompletion comes up, understand as early as possible those incompletions is not going to bring any fulfillment to your life, and complete with them. They will only be distracting and destroying you. The earlier you understand, better for you. Those incompletions which does not allow sincerity into the context of your existence is self-denial.
The first thing you need to understand, putting yourself in other person's place. Especially when you start thinking through for the other person, to cause other person's reality, to make other person's reality express, to make other person's reality into reality. First thing happens is expansion to you. Please listen. When you create a space to make others' reality into reality, when you become a catalyst for others to realize what they want to realize, when you become a cause for others to experience their realities, the first thing happens is you expand. You expand. You become larger space. You become a larger being. Please listen. When you decide you will cause your family's realities, you become a head of a family. When you decide you will cause your reality, you become a human being. When you decide you will cause your city's reality, you become a leader of the city. When you decide you will cause the reality for the country, you become head of the country. When you decide you will cause the reality for the world, you become God. When you decide you will cause the reality for the universe, world, you become God. So deciding to cause others' reality, deciding to cause others' reality is what I call responsibility. That is what I call enriching. You putting yourself in others' place and thinking through and deciding, I'll cause it. Being a cause for everyone's reality. I tell you, when you decide I'll be a cause for everyone to experience their reality, suddenly you see so many people cause what you want as reality. Somebody asked me a question. What if others want to cause in their life is going to harm them or hurt them? Then if I cause that in their lives, am I not harming them? How can that be enriching? Or am I missing something? Did Swamiji mean that we need to listen to what they say they want to cause, or what their being really wants? Please listen. Be very clear. Whether you support or not, they are going to cause what they want to cause in their life. Is it not? When you don't want to cause, you create this judgment, justification. No, it is harming them. Who are you to Justify. Give love, not intelligence. Be a hand, be an extra hand for them, not extra head. If that is what they want, give them that, that's all. Be extra hands for people, not extra heads. I always tell people, we need only hands and legs, not heads. That we have enough. Be hands and legs for people, not heads. Many times we justify because we don't want to support the other person, we don't want to be a cause for other person's reality. We just try to justify saying, no, maybe it is harmful to him. No. Becoming a cause to make others reality. That is where the whole turn takes place, where you become a leader. Please understand, leader is a person who goes on thinking about others, for others. You can't run life hypocritically for a long time. Don't think, no, I will act as if I think for others, but not. No, you can't act for quite a long time. You can't live by acting. Understand? Sincerely being a cause for others' reality. That is a very important, profound lesson experientially shared in this IA level 4. Whatever obstacle you have for being cause for others' reality, you have to complete with all that. How to complete with all that? That is what is taught step by step in first few days. And then when you became a cause for others' reality, from unexpected corners, unexpected ways, so many will start becoming a cause for you to cause your reality. Understand? When you empty you, cosmos will fill you from so many angles, from so many directions. First, it empties you from your desires, then explodes you with contentment, showers you million times more than whatever you imagined as desire in your life. It just empties you the desire for $1 million, pours zillions on you.
Let's complete with all the past incompletions. It is time we rededicate ourselves to integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing enlightenment to ourselves and others. And we reinvent ourselves, rediscover ourselves, recreate ourselves to live the great science of causing enlightenment. The great truth of causing enlightenment. Be very clear. You and others are not two different things. Others are extension of you. You are extension of others. The extension of others in you is you. The extension of you in outside is others. So, when you cause enlightenment to others, you cause enlightenment to you. When you cause enlightenment to you authentically, you will cause enlightenment to others. They too are not two separate things. They are not two different things. Let us take up the responsibility of causing enlightenment to us and others today.
Advaita, completion, complete completion is one of the most powerful process you can do to cause any miracle in your life. Thieves may survive but cannot thrive.
They may survive, but cannot thrive. Only people who contribute to others can thrive. Only when you cause others reality, you can thrive. Any action you do out of completion, you will go on be causing others reality. You will go on be causing others reality. You will go on be causing others reality. So do not feel shy, do not delay, do not postpone, do not wait to soak yourself into the space of completion. Let that become your breathing style. Advaita become your breathing style, thinking style, and lifestyle. Let Advaita become your breathing style, thinking style, lifestyle. Breathing style, thinking style, lifestyle. I wanted you to know the deeper truths about Advaita. Life starts when you decide to cause others reality. Because the real you, please listen, the real you is everyone around you included. But what you cognize as you is your deep-rooted pain patterns and incompletions. Please understand, how much ever you constantly try to decorate, perfume, scent, garland, you are trying to do all this to the pain you of you, incompletion you of you. But the more you are going to remember the incompletion you of you and identify you as the incompletion you of you and identify you as the incompletion you of you and cognize the incompletion you of you, what are you doing? You are trying to perfume the drainage. Trying to perfume sewage tank. So the first shift is required, first action is required, not in your doing, but in your cognition. See, that is why I tell you very important truth. Please understand these few important truths, catch it, so that I will bring you to the conclusion. First truth, what you remember as you is pain part of you only you remember as you. You cognize yourself only your incompletions as you. But the actual you is all the people around you put together. Third, because what you cognize as you is only the deep-rooted pain patterns and incompletions of you, how much ever you try to perfume it, scent it, even put kasi chandan on it and garland it, do whatever. But the moment you open, what comes out? You put a silk cloth, what you perceive as you go on trying to do makeup to that. That will never bring completion and powerfulness with you. Shift your energy to what is you. Shift your energy to what is you. listen. The real you is all the people with whom your life is involved, all the lives who are involved with you. All this put together is you. When you shift, when the cognitive shift happens, all of them are you, you are them. Suddenly your joy, your pain, your life, your goal, your purpose, your right, your wrong, your dharma, your adharma, everything gets rewritten. That rewriting is what I call rewriting your future. You rewrite your future full of powerfulness. Understand one thing. Some parts of what you call as your life, you may be resisting. Some parts of what you call as your life, you may be accepting. But be very clear, whether you resist or accept, no powerlessness. Do not allow powerlessness. No question of powerlessness. Always being powerful is my religion. Understand? Love, compassion, all that will start happening in you. Love, compassion, non-violence by itself cannot become a religion. Love, compassion, non-violence from the right context only can become a religion. I have seen people who escape from life try to show compassion, non-violence, just because they feel powerless to face the conflicts. They feel completely powerless to face the conflicts. Please listen. When you feel powerless to face the conflicts, life again and again brings that same mirror and shows to you. Understand, which part of your face you don't like or attached too much, you will see only that part in the mirror again and again. How many of you understand what I am saying? Please understand, your life is a mirror. If you allow anything to make you powerless, if you allow anything to make you powerless, that will be constantly shown to you as the mirror. If you feel powerless to handle your spouse and the family and run away to some other lifestyle, sometimes divorce, sometimes sannyas, whatever lifestyle you opt or choose, by feeling powerless, I guarantee you, you will see 10 people exactly like your spouse. You will be forced to work with those people. You will see, if you run away from an employer, from a boss, 25 bosses exactly like them. You will be forced to work under them and report to all of them. See, you build a logic which makes you believe your powerlessness is inevitable. That is where the crime starts. Understand? Just poke holes in those arguments that your powerlessness is inevitable. I tell you, you are free. Now you will be liberated. Liberation is nothing but poking holes in the arguments that your powerlessness is inevitable. The true compassion, when you identify it, the first thing happens to you is You will be so empowered. You will feel so sure about you. When you decide to cause others reality, only then you will understand what you are. Till then, what you think as you is only the deep pain patterns and incompletions of you. It may look very paradoxical. Life is as it is. Just because your ignorant logic cannot capture it. Your ignorant logic tries to capture the life always as a straight line. But the truth of life is paradoxical. What you call as paradoxical. The first paradox. When you try to cause others reality, you will even realize what you are. You will understand the different spare parts and organs of you, their functions, their qualities, capabilities, abilities, much better when you decide to cause others reality.
Yes. Now, after this powerful session, we will enter into the celebration of Kumbh Mela happening. So around the world are gathering for this grand celebration of Kumbh Mela. So join us in this Kumbh Mela celebration. You can follow the link. We can provide you the link for the Kumbh Mela where you can join and celebrate with us. It is the most auspicious happening. Yes. I request all the participants to switch on the camera as we enter into this Kumbh Mela celebration. After this, we'll be having a darshan. Yes, now we'll be entering into the Kumbh Mela celebration, followed by Swamiji's darshan.
Then would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself, Ma?
Sure. Nithyananda, everyone. I'm Ma Prasanna. I live in Menlo Park, California. I am a volunteer at the Nithyananda Vedic Temple in San Jose. Can I say something about how I got introduced to Swamiji, like a brief?
Sure, would love to hear from you on that.
So I was working in Seattle in 2009, and Swamiji was conducting a Kalpataru meditation. And even before we met Swamiji, we were frequent visitors at the Swamiji's temple in Seattle. And my kids were 1 and 3 at that time, and it was pretty overwhelming for us to handle 2 kids who were running around all the time. But whenever we went to the temple in Seattle, the kids would calm down, everyone would come back happy. So we would go there every other day, and they told us that Swamiji is coming in. I think it was November that Swamiji was coming. So we immediately signed up for attending the Kalpataru program, and the kids were very small, so we left the kids with a nanny and we went and attended the program. It was a 1-day program. By the end of it, I was telling my husband that I want to go for the next Inner Awakening program. I don't know how, but I want to go. Somehow, I was able to convince my in-laws, and I took both the kids, my in-laws, everybody, all of us went for the Inner Awakening program in December of 2009. And that was like a life-changing experience, just not just for me, for the kids, for all of us in our family. And I came back feeling completely a transformed person. I was hooked to Swamiji's videos. I would watch it all the time. And then I started volunteering in the Seattle temple. And I feel like volunteering in the temple made a huge difference, because I felt like there was a constant connection with the deities and with Swamiji by going there, and the Sangha, which was there to support us through thick and thin. So that was a huge turning point in our lives. And soon after that, we moved to the Bay Area. My husband got a job here, and so all of us moved to the Bay Area. And as luck would have it, there was a Nithyananda Vedic temple in San Jose as well. So I just continued volunteering in the temple, and I'm still volunteering there. And I've done several Inner Awakening programs with Swamiji. I've been to Varanasi, I've been to Haridwar, I've been to like so many of his Inner Awakening programs. And each program, Swamiji would give us some glimpses of Kumbh Mela. And many a times he's mentioned that you have not experienced Hinduism completely until you've been to at least one Kumbh Mela. And he would tell us about these, many things that happened during Kumbh Mela, and I would be just listening to him. But like one thing that stuck in my head whenever he would tell us about Kumbh Mela is that I have not experienced Hinduism unless I've seen Kumbh Mela at least once. So in 2015, there was a Kumbh Mela in Nasik, and that happened to be in September, I think. And by then, the kids' school was in session. So I'm thinking in my mind, I want to go for Kumbh Mela, but my kids need me because the schools are in session. Should I go? Should I not go? But my husband, he has always been very supportive of my spiritual journey, and he said, if you feel like going, you just go. I will somehow take care of the kids. You don't worry about that. So I just took the next flight, and I just last minute I just booked a flight and I came to Kumbh Mela. and the arrangements were just beautiful in Nasik. And if you know how Nasik is, there was a lot of rain at that time during the Nasik Kumbh Mela. It was raining very heavily. But the arrangements were just impeccable. There was a dormitory for everyone to stay. There was a full kitchen that was operational, I think, day in and day out. Beautifully arranged, whether it was raining, whether it was hot, whether it was dry, no matter what happened. I noticed that the volunteers in the kitchen were always working, and very dedicated volunteers who were always there to help whoever was attending the program, and also to serve people who were just coming to meet Swamiji. So at that time, I was lucky enough to take one Shahi Snan along with Swamiji. With all of us went with Swamiji. We took one Shahi Snan. That was beautiful. And then there was one session where we were going for the second Shahi Snan, but it was pouring. So I just remember that Swamiji will casually say that, hey, it's pouring because the heavens are very happy with us. So just experience it this also. So we were like sitting like awestruck around Swamiji. I remember we went to the Triambakeshwar temple in Nasik, and we sat outside the temple and it was raining from above, and we were all sitting, and Swamiji is talking to us for a long time and nobody wanted to move. At some point Swamiji himself asked, hey, it's raining so much, do you guys want to go back and dry yourself? And we like, no Swamiji, we are okay. You just keep talking to us and this is good. And then of us sitting around Swamiji, listening to him, such beautiful experiences from that Kumbh Mela. Like, and then sometimes we'll be sitting in the meditation hall and Swamiji will be conducting a meditation program, and then some people will be coughing because it was raining and people were getting a little sick, and then Swamiji will say, Paripurna, they're all coughing, can you arrange for tea for everyone, coffee for everyone? And within 10 minutes there'll be coffee and everybody is drinking tea and coffee, and like everyone is like up, and so like whole program was seamlessly conducted. uh, the volunteers were very dedicated. It was a beautiful experience, so much joy being around Swamiji. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that there were people streaming all the time to meet Swamiji, and we just casually met, got introduced to the Matadishwars, the heads of various spiritual organizations, who were just streaming in to meet Swamiji. And then Swamiji would sometimes introduce them, and he would talk about their yogic feast. And I was like in awestruck, thinking, hey, we just hear about these in books, or like you read about these things. Swamiji is casually introducing them as if this is just another happening, because Hinduism has is full of so many of these yogic masters that he just used to casually introduce us to them. That was beautiful. Nasik was great. It was slightly smaller.
Actually,
but next, yeah.
yeah. Sorry, no, I was just wanting to add to what you were saying, because I also had like Nasik was my introduction to Kumbh Mela, and I think it prepared me to cognize something as huge as Ujjain. But Nasik was so unique in itself, like you said. I remember when you were particularly mentioning about how Hindu leaders, monks, the Mahamandaleshwaras or the Mahants of various akhadas, how they would stream in to see like Swamiji, they would like just keep coming. And I remember this one particular thing, okay, like what you said, it ignited a memory in me. There was this bandara. Bandara is where like we call all the sadhus and mahants and like all the heads of different akhadas, they all have a feast. They'll have like a spiritual, they'll all come together, they'll have a feast, and there's a process, there's a whole ritual. It's called Bandara, right? And I still remember this. That was one of my first experiences to a Bandara, and we were all there as we were all Gurukul kids, so we were there with our mentors, and we were standing towards the side. And I still remember the whole Bandara, like it went, and as soon as Swamiji came, people were like waiting to see Swamiji. And the moment they heard that Swamiji is here, and the moment that like immediately it spread like wildfire. And the room, which was like just it was a small hall, and it was a huge building. We actually had it in one of the akhada buildings, and suddenly the Mahant of the akhada came and said, Swamiji, we need to get a lot of security people. Like maybe you should, do you have some more people, because our akhada was not prepared to handle this crowd. Can you get some more people? And I still remember this so well. Swamiji said, all our sannyasis are there. They'll take care. Don't worry. And Swamiji attested to it. Swamiji takes care of every detail, right? And then we had people, even public started coming in to catch a selfie with Swamiji. And the most something that was very sweet for me, this one incident I remember so well. And I was lost in the crowd because we were all like kids and we were all always with our mentors, not with Swamiji. And Swamiji, like, there was a huge crowd around Swamiji and people had come. And I still remember this. So what, like, people started calling Swamiji as Trinitra Baba, because people saw like people saw the power demonstration, they saw how the third eye was manifesting, and then people and there was one thing where people heard, if Swamiji's thumb touches your third eye gets awakened, right? So they don't even know, like not necessarily everyone will know what is initiation, but they just want that thumb to touch the third eye. I still remember we were all standing, we would have even like Mahants or sadhus and all of them, they would come, they would say, Swamiji, can you just touch her third eye? Swamiji, can you just put your thumb on her third eye? And we would have them come, they would come to take selfie and something like patiently. He will attend to everyone. We'll have these are like leaders and like the pontiffs of different akhada, and they would come and they would say, Swamiji, like what you have done is amazing. And they say, can you awaken our third eye? We too want to experience it. And the crowd, right? Like we'll have the people standing like holding each other's hand like a human chain just to protect, right? They'll come in between. someone will just take Swamiji's hand, put on this third, and they say, "Now my third eye is awakened. I have my third eye awakened." And that is like an unforgettable experience for me. So like, I mean, like this is just so sweet. I when I heard from so many people who went to this Nasti Kumbh Mela, everyone sharing this. That literally Swamiji would be walking with him, and then people would just pull Swamiji's hand like randomly from like especially this is not just the public, even the Akada heads, many of the people who are prominent leaders in Hinduism, they for them like this, they know one thing: if Swamiji's thumb somehow touches their forehead, their third eye will be awakened. That's all. They literally take Swamiji's hand, like pull it and like put it on their head, and they start celebrating. Oh, my third is awakened now. My third is awakened now. And another point that she was telling about, right, like the volunteers, I still remember. See, one thing that you experience in Kumbh Mela is it's raw. Like your status, you can be like you can even be a head of state somewhere, or you can be anyone, anywhere. You whatever your status in the society is, nothing matters. And that you are just another Hindu coming there to celebrate. And the sheer volume of people breaking the barriers of language, of culture, of even religions. Because in our Adinam, we have various different religions, people who came from different religions who came to experience an introduction to Hinduism there. And I still remember we would have people from like in Adinam itself, there's like in Kailasa, in Nasik, there's no categorization. We will not have like, you're this, you're high, you're low. No. But even what the societal, the strata, right? Like whether someone's like a super rich person, whether someone, we would have people from big Fortune 500 companies who are in senior positions who will be there sitting and washing the vessels and being part
washing
of
the bathrooms and
exactly.
like in
And we will also have at the same time we will have people who have like who society would consider as poor or economically not from a good background and all of that. Even there'll be absolutely like no kind of a this thing whatsoever, and everyone will be there together to celebrate. And that sheer the energy of that was something phenomenal. So when you were sharing that, particularly in Nasik, this was something unique that I remember so well. Ujjain was a different scale altogether. That's a whole subject to talk about. But Nasik, this is something unique that I still remember.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful sharing, Nithyananda. I still remember the Bandara, and I still remember the crowds around him and everyone trying to take his thumb. Yeah, now I just remember that. Yeah, but yeah, definitely, Ujjain was a different scale. The number of people attending was massive, and and for Ujjain, I came with both my kids, and I was alone. So my husband, like I came first, and then I went back, and then my husband came because my mother-in-law, she lives with us, so we were taking turns to attend it. But when I came to Ujjain, I was awestruck because the scale at which that happened was completely different. Like there was a lot more people, volunteers, people just attending the program, and the people streaming in to take darshan was a different level of preparation for that. But it just happened just like that. And then I just remember again same thing. So at that time, I remember since this was happening on a much larger scale, there was more need for volunteers to help with cleanliness, food, serving. You could take any responsibility you wanted. But I remember like we were sitting in the hall, and there were like thousands of people sitting in that tent and like doing third eye manifestation and all of those. And then Swamiji casually said that we need to pay attention to the hygiene and cleanliness, and we need more help outside. And just remember one thing, that if you do any seva in my sangha, which could be as small as serving food to people, as or whatever you think you don't want to do, for example cleaning bathrooms and maintaining the cleanliness, doing seva to any of my devotees is the same as doing personal seva to me. So at that time, many people said, okay, we're going to go outside this hall and not and take care of other duties. So there were many people who actually started taking care of the infrastructure that was built, which included the porta potties and like the bathrooms, and then there was an entire kitchen that was set up, and this was on a regular ground. It wasn't like a pakka land or something. It was just on a ground. There were pebbles everywhere, and then everybody was walking barefoot. And I saw some of the kitchen volunteers were carrying big, uh, vessels and just walking through the stones. And I'm sure it hurt, but it didn't bother them because they knew that it was something that was special that was happening, and they were there to contribute towards that. So I thought that there I saw that no matter who you are from any strata of society, everybody got together and they were there for one purpose, was to attend Kumbh Mela, benefit from it, also support Swamiji in what he was trying to achieve. And I must mention the evenings were just spectacular.
Wow.
Maybe 5 or 6 o'clock, people would start coming for darshan, and they would just keep coming. And Swamiji will sit for hours and give them darshan, everybody individually. And then he would tell them, if anybody who comes here has to eat and go. So they would come and then they would go and eat food and then they would leave. And I would just
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023, and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture, and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa. this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info